All right, good afternoon, council. It is Tuesday, September 24th at 4:34 PM. Apologies for the tech difficulties. We'll begin our city council work session with roll call agenda.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts. Here. Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Strainer.
Here.
Great. Next item is the adoption of the agenda. Council?
Mr. Council President, I move that we add a new item 17, an executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061D and F. With that, I move that we adopt the amended agenda.
Second.
Moving second. All in favor, say aye. Or Mr. Neri, we need a roll call for the consent. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Aye.
Councilman Taylor.
Aye.
Councilman Overton.
Aye.
Councilman Whitlock. Councilwoman Strainer.
Aye.
Great. Next is the consent agenda.
Mr. Council President, I
Vice President.
move that we approve the consent agenda for the council president to sign and clerk to attest.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All ayes, and our consent agenda is adopted. We will move to our Department of Commission reports, number 16, City of Meridian 2024 Citizen Survey results. I assume we're turning this over to Mr. Miles.
Good afternoon, Council President Cavanagh. We've got Jason Murata with ETC's the consultant who's done our citizen survey, resident survey for the last, I feel like it's 4 or 5 cycles. He'll be up, present the results, have a conversation with you all, and then if there's additional questions that he can't answer, we can engage if that's your desire. So we'll turn it over to Jason.
Great. Good afternoon, Jason. Well, nice to have you here. It's good to see you here every couple of years.
Yeah,
Looking forward to hearing your presentation. We'll turn it over to you. Time is yours.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks. Great to be here again in the city of Meridian. My name is Jason Murata. I'm the Director of Community Research at ETC Institute. And we're a marketing research firm that specializes in conducting community surveys for local governments. And this past summer, we just finished for the 5th time conducting a resident survey for the city of Meridian. So today I'm going to walk through the key findings from the survey. So just a little background about ETC Institute. We're based in the Kansas City area, but we're a national leader in providing market research for local governments. We've been doing this type of work for over 40 years. And in the last 10 years alone, we've conducted surveys in more than 1,000 communities across the country. So this is really the type of work that we specialize in. This is just an overview of what I'll go through today. I'll go over the purpose and methodology of the survey, walk through the key findings, kind of summarize our main takeaways from the survey. And then if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. So there are several reasons to conduct a survey like this. One is to get an objective assessment of how satisfied residents are with major city services and to determine what residents feel are the top priorities for the city. We're also able to measure trends from your previous surveys. Most of these questions are the same ones we've asked in previous years. That way we can measure trends over time. But each time we do tweak a few questions as well. And then we're also able to compare your results with other communities across the country. So this survey I mentioned was the 5th survey that we've conducted for the city of Meridian. The first one was back in 2014, and then the most recent one was just 2 years ago in 2022. The survey was administered by a combination of mail and online to randomly selected residents throughout the city. And that mail-online combination is our standard methodology for these types of surveys. We had a very good response to this survey. We ended up with 616 completed surveys, and our goal was to receive at least 500. So we were more than 100 surveys above our goal. And the results of these 616 surveys at the 95% level of confidence has a margin of error of plus or minus 3.9%. Essentially, that means that if we conducted this survey the same way 100 times, 95 times the results would be plus or minus 3.9% from what we're reporting. So even for a statistically valid survey, the results are never perfect, but the margin of error is small. So here we have a map of the city. The red dots are households that completed a survey. So we had a good distribution throughout the city. And as we were administering the survey, we made sure that the demographics of survey respondents reflect the actual population of the city. So here's our main takeaways from the survey. We found that residents have a very positive perception of the city of Meridian. 88% of respondents gave positive ratings to Meridian as a place to live, and 87% gave very positive ratings to Meridian as a place to raise a family. You'll see in a little bit when we compare your results to other communities that those results are much, much higher than both the regional and national average. Overall, the satisfaction ratings this year are similar to your last survey in 2022, and that's a good thing for a couple of reasons. One is that the results in 2022 were very high. They're some of the very highest anywhere in the country. And then also, most cities that we've surveyed over the past couple of years have had an overall decrease in satisfaction. So the fact that your ratings are similar to last time is going against the trend of what we've been seeing in a good way. We also found, once again, just like previous years, that satisfaction with city services is much higher in Meridian than other cities. You rated above the U.S. average in 32 out of the 33 areas that we compared. We'll look at this in more detail in a little bit, but there were a couple of items I wanted to point out. One is that satisfaction with the overall quality of city services is 26 percentage points above the U.S. average. And that's probably the most important question on the survey, because there we're asking residents to take into account all the services that you're providing. And then one of the areas where you rated the farthest above the U.S. average is customer service provided by city employees, where you're 45 percentage points above the U.S. average. And then the top overall priorities were roads, traffic and transportation, growth and development, education and schools, and public safety. These were the same priorities as last time, with the exception of public safety. We didn't ask that on this question last time, so we added that this year, and that was one of the top 4 priorities, along with roads, growth, and schools, which have for years been the top priorities. So we found that overall residents have a very positive perception of the city. This was the very first question on the survey, and here we're asking residents to rate their perceptions of the city in a number of different ways. These questions were asked on an 11-point scale. The dark blue are ratings of 9 or 10, so those are the most positive ratings. The light blue are ratings of 7 or 8, so those are very positive as well. The gray are ratings of 4 and 6 on the 11-point scale, so not bad ratings, but kind of average, kind of in the middle. And then the pink are those who gave ratings of 3 or below. So overall, the positive ratings far outweigh the negative. If you look at the top of this chart, almost all respondents gave very high ratings to Meridian as a place to live and as a place to raise a family. So here we asked about the quality of life in Meridian in a number of different ways. And you can see very, very few residents gave negative ratings for any of these 4 categories. So they all had very, very positive ratings. And this includes customer service provided by city employees, the overall quality of life in the city, the overall quality of services that are provided by the city, and then how residents view Meridian as an ideal place to live. So very, very positive ratings in all of those categories. So here we ask residents to rate major categories of city services. So here we're asking residents to rate these areas really at more of the big picture departmental level. And then later on in the survey, we asked about some more specific areas within some of these categories. So you can see once again, the positive ratings far outweigh the negative. The lowest rated area was planning and zoning services. But even for that, you had 40% who gave positive ratings compared to 33% negative. So still more positive than negative, even for the lowest rated area. And if you look at the top of this chart, you can see the highest rated areas are fire and rescue, parks, garbage and trash pickup, police department, sewer and water services. So we also found that satisfaction with the overall quality of city services is high in all areas of the city. So here again, we have a map of the city, and we broke the results out here by census block group. So these are fairly small areas, and this tells us if residents in different parts of the city rate services differently or have different perceptions of the city. This map is for the overall quality of city services. You can see the entire map is blue, and there's one area even that's dark blue, which is the highest possible rating. So anytime a map is completely blue like this, it means you're doing an excellent job providing services equally throughout all parts of the city. Sometimes what happens is, even if the results are very positive overall, once you start breaking it into these smaller areas, You might see some pockets where residents aren't satisfied or don't feel like they're getting as good of services as people in other parts of the city. So this is always a very positive sign when the entire map is blue. This map is for the overall quality of customer service. Not only is the entire map blue, but a lot of it is dark blue, which again is the highest possible rating. So this tells us that residents in all parts of the city feel like they're getting excellent customer service from city employees. This shows how residents feel about Meridian as a place to live. And again, the entire map is blue, which quite a bit being in the dark blue. So residents throughout the city gave very high ratings to Meridian as a place to live. And then the same thing for how residents feel about Meridian as a place to raise family. Once again, entirely blue, and most of this map is actually dark blue. So I mentioned earlier that satisfaction with city services is much higher in Meridian than other communities. You're rated above the US average in 32 out of the 33 areas that were compared. The only area that rated lower was public transportation. And of those 32 areas where you rated higher, there are 29 areas where you rated significantly above the US average. So in other words, 5% or more above the US average. So as we go through these next few slides, the dark blue are positive ratings from Meridian residents. The gray bar are the positive ratings for residents from all across the country. And then the light blue are the positive ratings for residents in the Northwest region, which includes the state of Ohio as well as some surrounding states. And this data is based on a national survey that ETC Institute conducts every 1 to 2 years with about 10,000 randomly selected residents from all across the country. This first chart's for perceptions of the city. You can see you rate far above the regional and national average in all 4 of these areas. If you look at that top row, 88% of respondents gave positive ratings to Meridian as a place to live. And you can see the regional and national average are just under 50%. So you're almost 40 percentage points above the US average as a place to live. And then you rate 26 percentage points above the US average as a place to raise a family, even farther than that above the regional average. So here we asked about the quality of life in a couple of different ways. These are 2 of the most important questions on the survey. And you can see your ratings are far above other communities in both of these. 84% of respondents gave positive ratings to customer service provided by city employees. And you can see the regional and national average are both below 40%. So you're more than double the regional and national average. And then, as I mentioned earlier, probably the most important question on the survey is the overall quality of city services. And you can see that you're 26 percentage points above the US average, more than 30 percentage points above the regional average. Here are comparisons for major categories of city services. You can see you're far above other communities in all 7 of these areas. So this includes garbage and trash pickup, sewer and water services, recycling, code enforcement, communications, and traffic enforcement. Traffic enforcement doesn't rate quite as far above the US average as the other areas, but you're still 10 percentage points above both the regional and national average. So still significantly higher. This table focuses on public safety services. You can see you're significantly above the US and regional average in most of these categories. This includes the overall quality of the fire department. If you look at the 5th row down, 92% of residents overall feel safe in the city. You can see the national average is only 66%, regional average only 60%. If you look at the row below that, 91% of respondents gave positive ratings to the overall quality of local police protection, which you can see the regional and national average are just barely above 50%. If you look at the bottom row, when it comes to visibility of police in neighborhoods, your ratings aren't quite as far ahead of other communities in that area, but you're still a little above both the regional and national average. And then when it comes to communication, all 3 areas rate significantly higher than both the regional and national average. So now we'll look at the trends. Overall, the satisfaction ratings this year were similar to 2022. This chart is for major categories of city services. The gray bar are the positive ratings for the last survey, 2022. The blue bar are the positive ratings for this survey. So you can see the ratings are very, very similar. A few areas, the satisfaction increased a little bit. A few areas it went down a little, but really there weren't any significant changes. And this is a good sign because these ratings are some of the highest in the country. Now, for the entire survey, here are the areas that had among the biggest increases and decreases in satisfaction since 2022. The biggest increases were the quality of housing and the variety of options that exist, how well the city is managing growth, the number of special events and festivals, and then how well the city is ensuring public safety. The biggest decreases since your last survey were speeding on major roads. Speeding on neighborhood roads also had a decrease in satisfaction. The quality of adult sports programs and events, excessive motor vehicle sound, and the quality of information about city programs and services. So now we'll look at the top priorities. Here we ask respondents from this list of items, which 3 of these priorities should receive the most emphasis from city leaders over the next 3 years. So you can see the top priority is roads, traffic, and transportation. 70% of respondents selected that as one of their top 3 priorities. If you look at the blue bar, that shows the percent of respondents who picked it as their first choice, as the number 1 priority. So you can see that about 40% of respondents picked roads, traffic, and transportation as their top priority. The other top priorities are growth and development, education and schools, and public safety. So this table is something we call the important satisfaction rating. This analysis is based on 2 different types of data. First, we ask residents how satisfied they are with services. And then as a follow-up question, we ask which services are the most important for the city to emphasize over the next couple of years. So the idea behind this is that those services that have a combination of low satisfaction ratings, but at the same time are rated as the most important, should be the top overall priorities to focus on. So the top priority is planning and zoning services. Second is traffic enforcement. And third is the police department and law enforcement. Now, we saw that satisfaction is very, very high with the police department, but it's still an area that residents feel is important to focus on. This was a new question on this year's survey. We asked residents to rate their priority for different updates to the strategic plan. You can see the top priority is responsible growth, followed by transportation and infrastructure, and then public health and safety. And then here we ask which of these transportation improvements residents feel should receive the most emphasis from city leaders over the next couple of years. You can see the top priority is roadway widening. If you look at the blue bar, almost 60% of respondents pick that as their top choice. And then the second highest priority is intersection. Those are really by a pretty wide margin the top 2. Here we ask respondents, if a levy were placed on the ballot requesting funding for additional public safety services, for new police officers and firefighters, how much additional would you be willing to pay each year for a property tax levy to fund one or all of these projects? So if you look at the darkest red piece of the pie, 18% of respondents said 0, they're not willing to pay anything. But that means that 82% of respondents are willing to pay at least some amount. And then you can just see the pieces of the pie show the distribution. For the light pink, those are respondents who would be willing to pay an additional $10 to $25 a year. And if you look at the blue kind of hash pie with the 10%, those are respondents who would be willing to pay $100 to $200 additional per year. Then everything else somewhere in between. And then here we ask respondents, if the city were to implement a citywide single-family residential curbside compost cart program, what is the maximum additional cost you'd be willing to pay per month? So if you look at that dark red piece, 27% say not willing to pay anything, which means over 70% of respondents are willing to pay some amount. And again, the pieces of the pie show the distribution of the amounts. So just a quick recap, we saw that residents, once again, have a very positive perception of the city. There's a lot of examples of that in the report, but what really stood out were the high ratings for Meridian as a place to live and as a place to raise a family. You saw those were some of the highest ratings anywhere in the country. Overall, the satisfaction ratings are similar to 2022, which overall is a good sign. Once again, satisfaction with city services is much higher in Meridian than other cities. We saw there's a lot of examples of that, but a couple of the areas that really stood out were the overall quality of city services and then customer service provided by city employees. And then the top overall priorities, roads, traffic, and transportation, growth and development, education and schools, and public safety. That's everything that I had. Once again, just like previous years, really very, very positive results overall. So with that, if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. President,
Councilmember Taylor?
a couple of quick questions. I have three questions. If you won't mind, I'll just
We'll
ask
take them in
those.
rapid order, sir.
All right. Jason, thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it. It was really fascinating. I enjoyed going through it. And I'm kind of going through the crosstabs just to see if there's some more granular detail I can summon from it. But I have a couple of questions. My first is, can you walk me through why we would ask questions about education, considering we don't have any direct role? Our role in that is sort of complementary to other entities that have a role in education, but why would we ask a question about that when we don't have a direct role in that?
Well, that's asked in a lot of surveys, even though it's not something you don't have a direct role in, just to get general perceptions that residents have. And then a lot of times those results are shared with, the appropriate people.
Yeah, Councilman Taylor, additionally, we have asked that traditionally for the last 6 cycles back to 2014. So I think it's always been a recognition that there are things the city doesn't do that the city has an impact on, and that we also have a partnership with various agencies. So that's the reason we've asked that question historically, along with the roads and the transportation, library services, et cetera.
Okay. Next question I have is about trends. I was really curious on the trend that you said was increasing in a favorable way, which was managing growth wisely. I wouldn't have predicted that, considering the comments we get. So did you, in how you asked the questions, and maybe the more granular data and the crosstabs can inform us, but can you identify maybe why that's increasing? Because I would not have assumed that.
Yeah, in the comments, you're right. There are a lot of comments about concerns with growth. Now, the ratings still are not, they're still fairly low overall. This year, 36% of respondents gave positive ratings to how well the city is managing growth, 37% negative ratings. So there's still definitely some concern. But 2 years ago, only 30% of respondents gave positive ratings to how well the city is managing growth. So certainly still room for improvement, but it has improved.
Okay. And then my last question, again, on trends, and I'm looking at a slide that you, in what was sent to us that was not in your presentation here, but a trend on the level of police presence in your neighborhoods, whether it was sufficient. And in 2020, 63% said it was. In 2024, only 47% said that. So that was a trend going in the wrong direction from what we would like to see. And I'm curious, could you decipher from the responses why they felt such, not a full 20 points, but where, 16, 17 points? Why was there a decrease? And could you tell that from the survey response?
There were some comments about in the open-ended comments. Some of it seemed traffic related. Some of it did seem more about just seeing police around, just having general presence. So I'd say a combination of those things. Those maps, I showed a couple of examples of maps. We created ones like that for every question on the survey. So that might show if there were differences in different parts of the city. But there were some open-ended comments about that.
Okay, thank you.
Miles, if you had a.
Council President, Councilman Taylor, I think to follow up on that general theme, right? The survey is a very good representation across the city. It's got good results. We don't typically and historically have not just said, great, let's put it on a shelf and be proud of ourselves and pat ourselves on the back. We look for those areas of opportunity. And I think the mayor's already been talking with the chief about that result specifically, along with the traffic enforcement and what more needs to be done. So I think there's more analysis of looking into those specific items. Traffic enforcement, we've got some ideas around the planning and zoning services as well. And looking at those more closely and what is going to be our action plan to improve them.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. Council, any questions?
Council President.
Schrader?
Just a comment. I know I speak for all of us, but we really appreciate all of our city employees. And obviously they are some of the best at what they do across the whole country. To get results like this is just phenomenal. We're so proud of all of you and appreciate your hard work.
Mr. President. Councilmember Whitlock?
kind of continuing the theme along trends, I think you opened your comments about how most cities across the country are seeing a decrease in satisfaction, and Meridian is seeing an increase. And thinking long-term, do we want that word out?
It's out.
And that decrease nationally, I mean, is that a steady decrease over time, or is that just something that you've seen in the last couple of years?
It's especially been the last 2 to 3 years. I don't think there's a lot of different reasons for it. I don't think there's any one thing, but it's been kind of across the board over the last 2 to 3 years, really.
Council, any other questions? Jason, thanks for being here. I do have a couple quick questions. One of the things that I appreciate is, we look at this very granularly, right, from a very localized level. You have the opportunity to really look at this from a 30,000-foot view as you compare with other cities. Two questions. One, what are the questions other cities are asking that we're not, that you think we should be thinking about? And two, as you review the totality of the respondents, was there any one area or topic that stood out to you, good, bad, or indifferent, that someone as an expert was maybe taken back by?
I think your survey is very comprehensive. You cover most of the categories we ask in other cities. There's only so long the survey can be. So if you added something new, we'd have to take something out. So then that would affect, the trends. But it's definitely a comprehensive survey. So maybe little things here or there that are asked in other cities, but not here, but nothing significant. As far as comparisons to other cities, the things that really stood out were a couple of things I pointed out. The customer service from city employees, that's one of the areas really rated the farthest above the national average. And then that overall quality of city services, that's really important because they were really kind of asking residents to give overall perception of the city. Some of the lower rated areas like traffic, like growth, traffic, that's common for fast growing cities. So even though it rated lower here, it's not really a surprise compared to other cities that are growing fast as well.
Thank you. Mr. Miles, I got a couple of questions for you if you're interested or willing. Happy. So, council, I think for all of us, before this survey was delivered, there were some things that we knew were going to be in there. To Councilmember Strader's point, we knew that our employees are going to be appreciated and loved and valued. They are the best part of Meridian. We also knew that there'd be frustration and challenges with the impacts related to growth. And so, Dave, you had indicated, hey, this doesn't sit on the shelf. We recognize that the mayor's office often operationalizes this. And I guess maybe my ask would be is, I think it would be important maybe quarterly for you or Vince, Jake, to give us an update about how the mayor's office, how are operationalizing the feedback of the results. Is it greater emphasis on traffic safety? Is it greater public outreach coming from our planning and zoning services? Is it recommendations for we as council to be thinking about how we can better educate the public? We recognize it doesn't sit on the shelf for you and your team, but it is not something that typically the council is kept informed about what activity is occurring in response to that. So I think that would be an ask. And then my question for you is, some of the question I asked for Jason, you've been doing this for a long time. You've reviewed these surveys in various roles within the city. Was there anything that stood out for you and the mayor that you've said, hey, we've got to really focus on this, or let's also make sure we're celebrating this as well?
Well, yeah, thanks, Councilman Kavanagh. I think to the point, right, we've already talked about planning, zoning services, traffic enforcement. We've got some thoughts around those. I know the chief's talked with the mayor. They'll have further conversations. We'll come up with what does that mean, action oriented. The oddities that stand out, I'll say planning and zoning services. I think that question as a whole needs to really be looked at because 2 years ago, same results. We had some town hall meetings, we had some open workshop discussions, and it really came down to, is it the planning and zoning service? No, it's not the permitting. It's not the planners in the office. It's people don't like growth. And so therefore they feel like planning and zoning is bad. And so honestly, that stands out to me as a continued conundrum. And how do we address that? Both in servicing and ensuring that we're delivering great service, which I believe our staff are, but also is the question still relevant and how do we filter through that to make sure we're getting to the right crux of the question and not leaving an unknown out to hang dry. So that one stood out to me. Again, the employees, I appreciate your words, Councilwoman Strader. They do a great job. I've never been in an organization that around a bunch of people that care so much. I think Meridian's very fortunate for that.
Council, any other questions? So I think maybe some next steps, if I remember, Mr. Miles, you're trying to work to kind of give us some breakdowns via district. I think that's beneficial. I don't know if we have the ability to do this. You know, one of the things that I'm always interested in is finding out what people's perspectives are based on how long they've lived here. And I don't know if we have the ability to break down here scoring based on folks who lived here 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and kind of breaking that down just an extra step deeper.
Yep.
Again, right? Circumstantially, I feel folks that have lived in Meridian for 10 years longer really love our community and value what it is. Certainly frustration with growth. All of us have lived here for a long time. We share those frustrations. But we often see, at least I hear a different feedback from people who have lived here 5 years or less or 10 years or less. So being able to, as we're being asked to potentially make policy decisions in response to some of this feedback, getting a good understanding as to how those perspectives are formed by the amount of time they lived here would also be helpful.
We're happy to do that, and I know you guys have provided that in the past, and if it's not already provided, we can get that for you.
Anything else? All right, Jason, Dave, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's move on to item 17. Do I have a motion?
Council President Cavanagh, move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061D and F.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? If not, Mr. Clerk, please call roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton. Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion passed. We are now in executive session. Council, do you have a motion to come out of executive session?
I move that we come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
I
We're out of executive session.
move that we adjourn the meeting.
There's a move to adjourn the meeting. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And we are adjourned. All right, got a couple of minutes till we start. No, that wasn't on video, sorry. Okay, council, it is Tuesday, September 24th at 6:00 PM. The time notice for our regular city council meeting. Begin tonight's meeting with roll call attendance. Mr. Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts. Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Strainer.
Here.
Great. Everyone is present, ready for business. We'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. So join me in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on our agenda is the community invocation. We're joined this evening by Mick Armstrong. Mick, welcome. We'll ask everyone in the audience to join us in a moment of prayer or take this as an opportunity for silent reflection. Mick, thanks for being here. We'll turn the time over to you.
Father, thank you. You are Lord of heaven and earth and holy. And we just, you've given us dominion over all of this. And we pray for wisdom for our mayor, for our council, for our department heads as they administer the well-being of this city, requests, use of land. And just that we would continue to be that place that's a light on the hill, that we would hold up your name. And I pray too, as we come on elections and they're so contentious, so many issues that many of us don't agree on, that we could find a place for reasonable discussion, and that we continue to enjoy our freedom to vote and to decide how we will run the city, the state, and this country. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thanks, Mick. All right, council, next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Council President,
Council,
move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Johnson, please call roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Cavanagh.
Aye.
Councilwoman Little Roberts. Councilman Taylor.
Aye.
Councilman Overton.
Aye.
Councilman Whitlock. Councilwoman Strainer.
Aye.
All ayes, and the adoption is agenda. Agenda is adopted. Next on our agenda is public forum. Mr. Johnson, has anyone signed up to provide any testimony this evening?
Mr. President, nobody's signed up.
Okay. Nobody on the public forums. We'll move to our action items. Action item number 1, Parks and Recreation Department Director report on the transfer of Western Ada Recreation District assets to the city of Meridian. Director Sidaway, we'll turn the time over to you. Good evening.
President Cavanagh, members of the City Council. It's my pleasure to be before you tonight. We're here tonight to complete the transfer of the remaining assets from the Western Ada Recreation District or Ward. We've been in front of you several times over the last couple of years, most recently for formal action back in April, when we brought forward the agreement that kind of laid out all of the next steps through the summer that we've been following with legal and with Ward. I want to take a moment just to recognize Emily Kane, who should be online tonight, as well as Sean Wardle, president of the Western Ada Recreation District Board, and all the board members that have been part of making this happen. Previous actions that this council has taken had us taken over the operations and maintenance of the pool, the golf course, maintenance of the little park on Tammy Street, known as Settlers Village Park. Tonight, those assets formally transfer or are approved to transfer. Our closing date, our agreed upon closing date per all of the agreements will be September 30th in about a week. So everything is lined up for that. If approved, the agreements that are on your agenda tonight will convey the Meridian Community Swimming Pool, which is it feels like it's in Story Park, but it's actually on its own little piece of property. The Settlers Village Neighborhood Park, which we call Tammy Street Park because we already have a Settlers Park. But Settlers Village is the name of the subdivision that parcel is in. It also transfers the leasehold of the Lakeview Golf Course. The city already owns and has owned the golf course land itself, but the Western Ada Recreation District purchased the leasehold on the operations, and then we've been operating it for the last couple of years. And then finally, all the personal property associated with those locations and facilities. As per the April 2nd memorandum that was approved by the council and the ward board, the ward will be entitled to a consideration in the amount of $1, and finance is all queued up and ready. We have received the invoice for that, so that's ready to transfer on the 30th, which is our closing date. For the record, legal notices for this meeting were published as required by law on September 10th and September 17th. So our requested actions tonight are the next items on your agenda, which are Resolution 24-2474. And then after that, the agreement for transfer of the personal property. With that, I'd like to turn some time over to Sean Wardle, President of the Western Ada Recreation District, to make a few comments. And I'd like to close my remarks by just expressing my, not only my appreciation, but our commitment to these assets. They've been kind of a treasure for the community over the last several decades. And we have kind of, as the department, outgrown the offerings of parks and recreation for the city. And we will take these under our wing and look forward to serving our citizens with them into the future. So, Sean?
Director Sidaway. Wardle, good evening.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Members of the council, getting a pretty good deal for $1 here. So Sean Wardle, the chairman of the Western Ada Recreation District. I'd like to take just a moment of time to tell a little story about the community and what Western Ada Rec is, because a lot of people don't really know and may have even contacted you about these transactions. So I'll just get on the record real quick. I know you've got a busy meeting tonight. I'm here on behalf of our current board, which is comprised of Colin Moss and Tyler Roundtree. So in the 1970s, the community wanted to create an asset, but the city was very small back then, several thousand people. And so levying a levy on that community really wouldn't have created the tax revenue needed to build the asset. And the asset was the community pool. And community pool was requested for recreation purposes, but also for water safety. Here in Idaho, we live in a place with canals and rivers and lakes. And so I can tell you that once that community pool was built, we have done more swim lessons in this state, level 1 and level 2 swim lessons than anyone else in the state of Idaho. And the Parks Department's taken that on. And so we really feel strongly about that mission. So the district was created 50 years ago. The pool was built, and it essentially the area of impact was used as the Western Ada Recreation District boundary. And the city, as we know, has really grown into that. And so we really feel it's an appropriate time. Western Ada Rec has kind of served its purpose for where we're at. I'm going to mention a couple names. Walt Casey, Gary Smith, Walt Morrow, Jim Johnson, Charlie Roundtree, and Heath Van Patten are all former commissioners of the Western Ada Recreation District. You'll hear a lot of city names there that many people think of as founding fathers for the local recent city of Meridian. And I would like to say thank you to them because they really did something that was thoughtful, especially while I was a kid, not just providing me a spot to be able to recreate, but they saved a lot of money. So when we were tasked with rebuilding the community pool, so the community pool was built, and as cosmopolitan as we possibly could. It was a cinder block building with a couple showers, but it did have a high dive. And that's where I learned how to swim. And so it served its purpose for a number of years, but needed to be rebuilt. Western Ada Rec was able to do that out of cash reserve. And so we rebuilt the existing facility out of cash reserve and even had some money left over. And so when we looked at what are we going to do with that money left over, we're tasked with improving our assets. Right. So we also created a partnership with the city over Fuller Park. If you recall, Fuller Park, even though now it's really in the middle of the city in 10 Mile, was out in the county, out in the boonies where we played Little League and had, recreation out there. And so we had our own parks department, and we approached the Parks Department of Meridian, which had at the time over 20 parks, and said, the reciprocity doesn't make sense, right? So we gifted and granted the Fuller Park to the city. They created a lot of improvements and have done just a wonderful job with that. Charlie Roundtree Field out there as a championship field is awesome. So have done a really good job there. And then Mayor Simonson and I, after his first election, started talking about what is Western Ada Rec's future, right? We've got one asset that the city is now managing. Could they do others? And we looked at some opportunities. And one of those opportunities is a golf course creates significant revenue. And a pool, generally speaking, is a hole that you throw money into, right? So could we match those up and could we make a difference there? So as we talk with our respective boards in the community, it became kind of a logical step for us for Western Ada Recreation District to at least engage the current golf course operator. And a little additional history, as a young, energetic council member, I had one of my first initiatives was, that was gifted to me by the current council, of which Mr. Neri served. They said, let's figure out how to take this current operator and bring somebody else in. And so that worked until it didn't. And the course needed some money. So Western Ada Recreation District purchased the lease and the assets from the former operator. And then we dedicated at least 2 years of our operating budget to the Parks Department to be able to put together some of those improvements. And I think that we can all agree that that course is in good shape and has done a good job, and it really is a very nice community asset. The last thing that the Western Ada Recreation District has done is we had an operating budget of over $800,000 at one time. We just approved in August our new operating budget. Our operating budget for the next fiscal year will be $50,000. That is 11 cents per taxable value to a levy. And so we're really proud of that. I can tell you that I think I'm the only politician in Idaho trying to work myself out of a job, and have been very happy to do that. So this transaction has been a couple of years in process, and so we're here today with the final. I have had the good fortune to be a steward for these assets for a number of years, and many years before that, community leaders have really passed the torch. And so now we really feel great about the Parks Department taking care of the community, serving the mission, and being able to serve the community with these assets. So I appreciate your time here today, and I would stand for any questions.
Thanks, Sean.
Mr.
Council, any questions? Councilman Will Roberts.
Mr. President, Sean, I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you. I have watched you through your years of service and then spearhead this project along with Steve and his amazing team. And you have just done a fabulous job of leading Ward, and definitely you're leaving your mark on the community as always, but a sincere thank you to everybody involved in this project.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council?
Mr. President.
Councilman Willock.
John, thank you as well. I'm the newest member of the council, but I come at a time when others have built and preserved a great legacy in this community. Thank you for that. And honestly, I was going to look in my wallet and double your money, but my wife got to it first. So, but I'm good for it. I'll double your $1. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Willock. Any other questions?
Council President,
Councilman Overton.
just a little history. I'm one of those people that had the opportunity as a teenager to use the pool and use the golf course. And I can't believe after this many years that they're not only still here, but they're in far greater shape and condition than they were back in, shall I say, the late 70s. I'm really glad that we're doing this, that we're making this happen, that we'll take them over and continue to keep that legacy moving forward. I appreciate it, Sean. Thank you.
Council, okay. No action on item 1, so we'll move on to item number 2, resolution 24-2474. Motion.
Mr. President,
Councilman Willock.
I move we approve resolution 24-2474, ratifying the conveyance of real and personal property.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Council, Mr. Clerk will call roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
Moved and passed. Now move on to item 3, agreement of transfer of personal property from the Western Ada Recreation District to the City of Meridian.
President,
Councilmember Whitlock.
move we approve the agreement for transfer of personal property from Western Ada Recreation District to the City of Meridian.
Second?
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Council, just real quick, a quick moment of privilege again to thank Sean and Steve and Emily and our mayor. This is a good reminder, I think, is why the parks tour is important. This was kind of a germ of an idea that kind of emerged at a parks tour many, many years ago. To previous testimony, I learned to swim at Meridian Pool. It's neat this year that my son continues to learn how to swim at Meridian Pool. Played baseball at Fuller. The park at Settlers Village is the park that was in my neighborhood as a child. So that's the place where I probably got into more trouble than I should. And so, you know, we are all here because of exceptional leadership that came before us that we're able to build upon. And I really like to think that the Meridian Parks Department is able to exist because of the investment of our citizens in Ward many, many years ago. So this is, I think, really coming together. It's a big, big win for our community. Just want to thank our staff that made it happen. That, Mr. Clerk. Actually, Mr. Neri, for an agreement, do we need a roll call? All right, so moving second, all in favor of accepting this agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All unanimous, and the decision is agreed upon. Thank you again for being here, Sean. I'll clap to that. All right. Moving on, item number 4. This is a public hearing continued from September 17th, 2024 for the district at 10 Mile. Before we turn it over to staff, I always think it's important. We've got maybe some new people that have never maybe been to a city council meeting before. So always like just to welcome you if this is your first city council meeting. The way our public land use action items go is staff will present some updated information because this is continued. The applicant will have an opportunity to provide some of their perspective. We'll then open it up as a public hearing that will give you as a citizen 3 minutes to provide your testimony on this item. After all of our public testimony has concluded, the applicant will be able to provide a response. Council will then go into deliberation and then could possibly make a decision. So we appreciate you all being here tonight. Public process is so important, and we appreciate our applicant coming back another week in a row. We had a lengthy meeting last week that was going to go fairly late, and I think the suggestion to continue it for another week was well heard. So with that, Mr. Parsons, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. As you recall, this was continued from last week's city council hearing. I did just want to mention too, I don't think staff will go into the full presentation again. We were able to get through that last week. But looking at the public record, I would note to the council that there was 4 additional public testimonies submitted. As of today, I saw that uploaded. And again, concerns were around the density, school overcrowding, and transportation, which I'm probably sure you'll have some questions on those tonight. Did confirm with the clerk that we do have an ACHD representative tonight in attendance for today's hearing if you want to ask questions of ACHD or staff. And then I've gone ahead and also prepared some slides to kind of touch on the land use and transportation elements in the plan if the council has additional questions on those items as well. I think from the last hearing, it was pretty clear that you gave the applicant homework to do and you wanted to hear from them before staff gives you any additional comments. So I don't know if that's the order you want to take tonight, Mr. President, if you want the applicant to come in and give you an update based on that homework that you assigned them last week, or would you like staff to dive in on some of those 10 Mile elements and share with the council what's kind of transpired the last couple of years, what's in the hopper, what conversations staff had with ACHD regarding the transportation elements in the plan. I'm happy to dive into some of those comments as well, if that's the position the council wants me to do tonight. So I'm open up to your suggestions this evening.
Well, I'm seeing some gentle head nodding, so I think that's probably the right approach. Specifically, maybe if you can talk a little bit about, I think there was some inconsistency in the City of Meridian staff report about the 10 Mile specific area plan and ACHD's interpretation of that. And then maybe just for council, applicant, and public's benefit, you know, Sonia did provide some additional information to the council after our meeting last week, just so that we're all on the same page. I think that's the right way to start.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll go ahead and get to the 2 slides that I have prepared for tonight's discussion. So I know a lot of you, at least last week, we did get a draft ACHD staff report. And then this week it did just get finalized. As you recall, last hearing, This is a comprehensive plan map amendment. And the applicants come forward with their plan and their changes, and staff has recommended additional plans. But ultimately, the topic of discussion at that hearing was that there's a path forward either way for the applicant to do what they want to do here. But I think it's still important to touch bases of why we had the 10-mile plan. Yes, I hear from the council all the time, it's dated, or it may not be working the way we had expected it to. And as a planner, it's tough to swallow because the plan is a visioning document. It's not thou shalls, but if you look at the concepts in the plan, it was pretty innovative at the time. And a lot of those planning principles still pertain to today's world, whether you're in Idaho or in California or in Seattle or Portland area. These concepts aren't new. They're just done and required in this specific area. So first of all, as you all know, and as Sonia mentioned last week, the applicant is proposing their own design elements for their own design guidelines for this area. The council has done that with the property to the west or to the east on the 10-mile crossing project on the other side of 10 Mile. I can tell you from the implementation of that, it's worked very well. I like that. It's nice to get a variety of different design standards, but it also allows them flexibility to work with staff and get those mix of uses that we envisioned. So the only reason why I bring up this slide is because I know we have newer council members, and I just want to share with you that in 2002 or 2022, we came before you, at least our long range planning team came before city council, and we provided you a land use analysis for that area. You wanted us to grade ourselves. How have we done as a city in that area? At that time, we reported to you that there was 27% non-residential uses in that area compared to 73% residential. As you recall in that document, the plan envisioned a 48 to 52 split for non-residential versus residential units. So you can see, based on that analysis at the time, we were having less commercial than we needed in that area to support the amount of residential that had been approved. And I would also mention that since that time, we've had other approvals, which I've noted down below. So, and with the adjustment that this applicant's proposing, there's a good chance we are going to have more non-residential uses occurring on this property as well, which is contemplated by the plan. And then the other component of that, and you can see here based on in our code or in our land use plan, the 10-mile specific interchange plan, there are some design concepts that are in there. And this is the matrix that we use to assess a development when it comes in and to find consistency with that plan. And if you look, this particular developer has a lot of its mixed use residential and mixed use commercial. And if you look on this matrix, you can see those probably have the most design elements out of all the various land uses in the 10-mile area. And that was for a reason. Again, it was meant to have a lot of employment, taller buildings, make it walkable, make it like it's its own little city, right? It was going to have all of these things integrated and on these uses integrated. But as the applicant testified at the last hearing, you can still do that horizontally. You don't necessarily need to go vertically. So that's part of your purview tonight. But I just want to at least let you know that this plan, this is why staff has made the alternative recommendations to go commercial and medium high density residential and deviate from those land uses. Because while the plan has some of those elements, it doesn't have all of them. And that's kind of been the consistent theme out in 10-mile area. We've gotten some things, but we haven't gotten all the things. And rightfully so. The other component of that is the transportation elements, or at least in the plan did contemplate a road network of collector streets and local streets. And that's the graphic here on the right. So we did, with all of those land uses that we planned out there, as part of that public hearing process and adoption of the plan, we set forth a transportation foundation for the area. The applicant is demonstrating compliance with that. So I don't want to mislead you that they're not. The difficulty is, and where you're seeing the kind of the discussion in the ACHD staff report is, those assumptions and those road sections were designed for specific land uses or more employment, or that things would be more self-contained and not draw people from the outer areas to drive to the area. So that's why you're seeing a lot of the impacts on the road, is because although we have a lot of residential in the area and we've supported that, some of the uses that are going in there, for example, A Shields, although it provides employment, it still draws a lot of traffic to it. And that's where the plan doesn't contemplate. It contemplates trip capture within itself, not from the outside areas as much. So that's why you're seeing some of the roadways out there with these level of service F, or why ACHD and their staff reports are saying, do a traffic warrant analysis, do a roundabout analysis, because we got to know when you're going to trigger these requirements. At least I want to, and so this slide here goes to what we're looking for and how it functions. So I would mention to the council, although it was late, ITD has requested that the developer submit a traffic impact study. I think all of the council can agree, and even the applicant can agree, that the 10-mile interchange gets over capacity. A lot of that has to do with the landscape island that we have near the interchange. I've been in several meetings over the years discussing about removing that landscaping that the city currently maintains in order to allow more stacking on that interchange so cars can go left onto the interstate. So that is one way you can mitigate some of those things. And we did encourage the applicant to continue to have dialogue with ITD to try to fix those issues. I would also mention to the council that we started this process with the applicant 16 months ago. And we've had a series of meetings. I even worked with the Economic Development Administrator, tried to, with the applicant, ITD, ACHD, and the city. We all wanted to partner on a regional traffic study to try to understand how this would impact State Highway 16. How does it work if we had the Linder Road overpass? How does it improve the Meridian Road overpass? We wanted to take a broader, a more cumulative approach to studying this area. And we wanted to understand if we could do a STARS agreement like we did at the Village to try to get some of those improvements ahead of time before all the development came on. Unfortunately, that never came to fruition. And then ITT has lost a lot of their staff as well. So a lot of those conversations we were having with those employees, they're no longer there. And so we had to start at ground zero. And the applicant understood that, although they tried to make their best effort going forward. So ultimately, if you had a chance to look at AC.
So I don't mean to interrupt, but I don't want to let that point go past. There was it sounded like a collective effort from the city, the applicant, and the highway district to do a regional traffic impact study.
That is correct.
So I didn't fully understand, and I'm not that bright. So how come it didn't happen then?
Again, just staff turnover, timing. It was, again, it would take us coming to you and asking you for additional dollars to see if the council even wanted to participate in something like that. It's something that we historically don't do or haven't done.
Yeah.
It was a new concept that we were trying to get. We wanted to get ahead of some of these issues before the application came before you.
Yeah.
And it is very complex, as you know. And again, it just never happened. I did have several conversations with ACHD whether or not a traffic study would be required. They wanted a definite answer from the city, and we never gave them one on the traffic study because at the time we weren't sure if we were going to find consistency with the plan and we didn't need one, or if this would be such a significant change from the deviation from the plan that it would require one. But what I can tell you is I did meet with HCHD staff and we went through this project and we talked about how the collector roads were being extended consistent with the plan. So we knew that. And then some of the things that you saw in the ACHD staff reports were things that would have been addressed in a traffic study. So staff felt comfortable that although we didn't get an official traffic study, all the things that you're seeing in ACHD staff report with this project would have been discussed or identified in a traffic study. So although you didn't get a true traffic study, you know, I think you've gotten the information that we need. When are the timing for the signals? When do we improve the 10-mile intersection? So again, 10-mile road and Franklin roads are built out. So a level of service F is going to be that way for a while. And that's something that the council will have to determine if that's, you want to add, contribute more to that going forward. I don't know how you mitigate something that's already built to its ultimate build out. And then, as you know, there's, staff had asked for a phasing plan on this project because, again, that is critical to us in our world because we need to know when certain infrastructure improvements are needed, what is going to trigger those improvements to those roadways, meaning the signals at Black Cat and Grand Mogul, the improvements at the intersection at 10 Mile and Grand Mogul, Umbria Hills, and the Franklin interchange or intersection. All of those will require signals at some point in the future. And then you can see in ACHD staff report, they've requested that happen with first phase. So they want questions, those questions answered as well to see what the mitigation will be. So again, I think the applicant's aware of that. They have met with ACHD multiple times too, and they are aware of those requirements going forward. But again, I wanted you guys to at least be aware of some of those conversations and then highlight some of those requirements that ACHD is requiring, because it is very important. If I can go back to my land use, if you can see the other developments in the area, we have Black Cat Industrial, which is on the east side of Black Cat. That's been approved, conceptually approved for possibly 1 million square feet of industrial or flex space uses. And you can see Black Cat's not expected to be widened until 2036 to 2040. That's why that light and those intersection improvements are going to be critical. And that's why ACHD has said, we need to understand that. Now, to the applicant's credit, they are extending 1 mile of collector road through this development. So they are going to connect from Black Cat or 10 Mile all the way through the Black Cat as part of their phase 1 plans. And that will be a critical connection for everything that is occurring in this area. Council just recently approved the Avani development, which is that R8 just near the same intersection, just right across the street from Black Cat Industrial. South of that is Farmstone, 389,000 square feet of non-residential. And then Meridian 18, which is also part of this project, but owned by a different developer, was approved with 552 apartments. So you can see with all of the things that are happening in this area, all of these impacts are just not on this development. It's all of these other ones that will also contribute to that. And that's why it's critical from staff's perspective that, and what I heard from council is we need to understand or look at phasing and understand how this will all work, because it will be very, very critical moving forward. I would also mention to council that the applicant has a lot of various approvals in with the city already for the extension of these roadways, the sewer and water, and trying to coordinate all that with such a complex project has been challenging for us, and we're getting our hands around it. I actually have a meeting next week to get a spreadsheet together. We're going to schedule a series of meetings with the applicant and make sure that we get everything dialed in before we can get ready to issue building permits for anything out here, because we need to understand those impacts. So anyways, that's kind of a long about way to say, although applicant is here with a project, I think it's important that we discuss a lot of these things tonight, meaning transportation, that phasing, and help them answer some of those questions that you asked them to bring forth to you as well last time. So I'll go ahead and conclude my comments for this evening and stand for any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Council questions?
Council President Kavner.
Councilmember Schrader.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. A question for you. So it looks like we're sitting at 27% non-residential uses in 10 Mile versus 48% target. Obviously, that has been a challenge for us in a lot of these areas where we're trying to see more commercial and industrial. A question for you, taking into account these other projects that have not yet come to fruition, so the Black Cat Industrial, the Avani, the Farmstone, is that kind of 27% pro forma to include those? Or once you include those, what percentage does it look like?
Yeah, Mr. President, Vice Chair Strader, I don't have that information for you tonight. But you can see based on the square footages that the applicant's doing and based on those others here, it's definitely going to help those numbers or increase that. But they do also have residential as part of their plan, but they are committed to staying to that 15 units or less to the acre, which is contemplated. So yes, you could get townhomes, some higher density there. I believe Sonia had somewhere between 250 and 400 dwelling units, if I remember correctly. So you could add that to the mix as well. But certainly happy to crunch some of those numbers and get that information to you if you want me to.
Council President. Yeah, no, I was sort of just curious. So the 27%, just to walk me through, the 27%, right, that was based on our 2022 land use analysis. So sort of to be fair to this, which would be a lot of work to try to update. And so I'm not asking you to just do that on the fly, but just intuitively, based on what you know of these projects and this project, do you feel like we're going to be coming closer to that 48% when all of those changes are kind of said and done? Not sure, no visibility, or it's going to get worse? I guess, like, give me a direction.
Mr. President, members of the council, it's hard to say. As I mentioned to you, it's based on land use.
Mhm.
So if you were to ask me if it's all retail, again, it really comes down to the land use and the type of uses we were wanting there. If you looked at our staff report, we were hopeful for more employment. So again, more Silverstone type developments or El Dorado with the 3, 4, 5, 6-story employment buildings, which this can have some of that. It's showing it's having some of that. That's some of the land use plan that the applicant showed you. If I can get there for you. So they've kind of gave you an area 1, area 2, area 3. And so this could definitely get intensified more in the future. But in this scenario, yes, I would say you are going to add to that non-residential
Okay.
total. It's inevitable. You can see how much they have planned here for area 2 and 3 are quite a bit larger than 1. And then also, don't forget that this was part of the Meridian 118 site that will be industrial as well, and the farm zones adjacent to that. So yes, along that interstate corridor, you would definitely be increasing that non-residential square footage in the area. What that amount will be in the future, we don't know, but the applicant did propose some square footages on their concept plan that was submitted with their application. So again, their vision is having some of those employment uses out there. Again, they don't have anyone yet, but that's part of it, and that's why you see that on area 3 here.
Thanks, Bill.
You're welcome.
Council President.
Councilmember Overton.
Bill, just so I'm clear, so the ACHD study at 33 pages is pretty extensive. There's quite a few notations in here of things that they request that the applicant does. What I want to know before we get the applicant up is planning in agreement with what ACHD has put in their report on this area?
Mr. President, members of the council, those are what Mindy has in her report are the items that we discussed that she would have in her report. So I would say yes, that's what we talked about. And I said, yes, we would appreciate that information in your report if we are not going to require a traffic study, because we need to understand those impacts.
Council President, follow up.
Member Overton.
The glaring thing I kept highlighting in here was the fact that there wasn't a traffic study just because of the number of trips daily that would be generated. If it was required, what kind of I don't know about cost so much as time would it take to get that done?
Mr. President, members of the council, I don't have an estimated time frame. The applicant would probably be the best one to share that information with you. They know the consultants are stretched out there and time commitment. So it would have been a significant amount of time, 3 to 4 months, I would estimate is what we've heard on average. And that's why, again, we've elected to kind of what are some of the impacts and include that in a staff report. And that's what ACHC has done. The other thing to mention to the council as well is that although back in 2007, the reason why a lot of times in the 10-mile area, they ask us if it's consistent with the plan is because back in 2007, a traffic study was done that studied this area before all the land uses. It was based on the assumption of these land uses. And that's why you see the road network and all of the street typologies and street sections that we have in the plan, because that's what the traffic study looked at. And that's how we vetted that and came up with that grid, that layout that I showed you in the plan. So that traffic study did that, created, and again, this is only the north side of the interstate, right? It's not the south side, that's also included. But again, you get the point. The idea is that, again, if we found it consistent, they're gonna we're gonna just default to that existing traffic study in 2007 and we're gonna be good. But again, it all comes down to land uses. If we're changing that, we're changing the comp plan and we're making different assumptions and adding more retail where employment could have been, or if it was intended to get those, capture those trips within the local street network and not from outside activity, that does have a different impact on the transportation system. So again, it's always difficult when you try to you put a plan in place, but you don't really have any users. It's really when you get down to zoning and you get down to this point of the process, it's like, how is it all going to work? And that's kind of where we're at tonight. It's like, does this all work? Based on some of the feedback from ACHD and ITD, it looks like there's some additional information they want. They want to see it get proved up and when the amount of trips, when those things will be required. So the applicant will continue to work with those two agencies. But again, I think ACHD is the same boat we are. They want the information. And again, that comes down to phasing. When can we expect the timing for these things? Because it will be critical. The one important element that I like that the applicant may also touch upon is the underpass that connects to 10 Mile Crossing. To me, that will be a critical connection because people won't need to go across 10 Mile to get to that other side of that employment and those services. They can actually go around 10 Mile, go underneath the interchange and then get to that other side and get access over there. So again, that's I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir. I apologize, but again, timing, phasing is all critical. And that's why we had asked for that phasing plan for you this evening.
Council President.
Councilmember Overton.
I know we're doing a lot of talking about ACHD and they're a partner in this program as we go forward this evening. And I do believe we have Brooke Green from ACHD remote. So if we have questions as we continue to go, we can get that input.
Council, any additional questions? Seeing none, invite the applicant up. Mr. Wardle, again, thank you again for your smart suggestion last week to continue it another week. We really do appreciate it.
Council President Kavner, my pleasure. It's always good to come back to City Council, isn't it? So and Bill will pull it up here in just a second. I have answers to your questions. And we have reviewed an outline. And I want to start, though, with the point we talked about last week. That the entirety of this property was annexed and previously zoned. So this is not an annexation where you're making those determinations. Those evaluations were previously done. We are coming to you with a master plan, taking those 5 disparate parcels, bringing them together in a cohesive whole. If we didn't do that, each of those 5 properties and property owners could be coming in just with individual development applications, and you don't have this holistic look. And I understand and respect ITD's job. They have a very difficult job. But to be honest, I've been telling ITD how we can fix a lot of these issues in this community for 20 years, and they don't work with the municipalities, and they don't work with ACHD on this interface between regional, statewide, interstate traffic and how it affects locally. So what I want to do tonight is go through what I grouped the topics that you gave me into 5 areas: project timeline, transportation, schools, parks, recreational uses, and then design standards. project timeline, I know that when we talk about all of this acreage, everybody automatically freaks out because we're talking about a big area. But we have to take into consideration how long it actually takes to bring elements in, and you'll see how this works with the transportation planning. But I want to talk about the improvements that are underway, and I appreciate staff's acknowledgement and recognition on the importance of that through collector, which, to be honest, I don't have any idea what we name it. I've seen it called 10 different things, but it's the collector that runs from 10 Mile to Black Cat. Early on, we entered into an agreement with the property owners and developers on the west side with frontage on Black Cat to extend that the full length, and worked with the property owners as we own and control the Meridian 118 property, but work with the Blacks, with the other property we're tonight, to come up with that. So that collector is getting constructed first. You've all seen it. It's out there. We're putting the utilities in. And that collector will be delivered in spring of 2025. I mean, we're almost to the end of September. We've done a lot of work, but realistically, you're just not going to get a mile-long collector paved. Now, when we think about collectors, there is one collector in this city that I don't think we recognize its actual benefit, and that's Records. Runs parallel to Eagle Road and provides you the connection on U-Stick. And as a former resident of Meridian, when I helped get a bunch of the improvements done on Records Road, I utilized Records Road because that keeps your local trip, that keeps your trips to the village, to Kleiner Park off of Eagle Road. And as we look through our community, we've always had the discussion with ACHD and with the various municipalities, what do collectors look like? And we know that our residential collectors, we don't want people using for through traffic, but commercial collectors we do. And so what this roadway does, and it's the first road that we're building, and it's a mile worth of road that these four development groups have come together to jointly build because they recognize the importance of it. Then the second element will be the connection of Umbria to the north and then to the south. In the 118 plat, the purple segment that you see there, we will build that element as part of the Meridian 118 Vanguard Village parcel. That is a collector. And then that will at some point connect over to 10 Mile Crossing with the infrastructure that was originally built. So with the forethought that everybody had, recognizing the desired intensity of development at 10 Mile Crossing and on this side of the road as well, we have mechanisms in place so that local Meridian residents that are shopping, working, doing whatever in these developments will not have to access 10 Mile Road. They can do it from the connection to the collectors east of 10 Mile Crossing and to the west of us on Black Cat. Now, the question was posed to us, what improvement, what uses are coming? So I shared with you that we do have under contract for the 118 property several uses. And the first two uses that are going to occur are light industrial warehousing flex type space that Adler's group is bringing in on the western portion, the western 20 acres that we have of that, as well as a daycare facility that we've been working with that will be located there. Those are the first two farthest along in terms of conditional use permits and permitting. We then have under contract a hospitality user that's proposed 2 hotels and a recreation facility user. Now, when do those move forward? Well, having negotiated those contracts and the 6+ months that it takes for us to negotiate those contracts, and then the year's worth of due diligence that happens, and you back into those 2 users at the earliest are probably summer of 2026 for a hotel operator out there at the absolute earliest, and sometime in 2027 for the recreational use operator. So those are the first four uses. You're thinking about maybe 200,000 square feet of flex space, a large daycare facility, some hotels, a potential recreation user. And I know what everybody always wants to know is, well, when is the retail coming? Well, the absolute earliest that you would see any of the retail, which then starts to implicate those concerns about, is this a regional draw, is this a local draw? The absolute earliest would be the first quarter of 2027. And to be honest, I don't think my people are realistic with their timing, because let's look at what it's taken for us to do the 118, go from a preliminary plat to a final plat and all of that. We're a year. And here, we're still going to have to come back when we're done with this. If you approve the applications in front of you, we still have to execute the development agreement and finalize the development agreement. Your council and I are going to take months, 3-4 months on that probably. We still have to do the zoning ordinance amendments. That's still a process. We're going through all of this and it's sequential, but this is not 200 acres you approve tonight and we are pulling permits next week. This very much is, when we look at 10 Mile Crossing, which is the first phase of 10 Mile Crossing with the office buildings, is probably 80% done after what? After 8 years. We look at Eagle View Landing, which we've worked on for 7 years. Eagle View Landing is 50% done after 7 years. The beauty here is you get to see how all of this comes together on the front end. So, when we talk now about transportation, let's talk about the elements and let's talk about timing. The purpose of a traffic study is to evaluate and identify what mitigation measures are needed in light of fundamental changes in a land use situation where we're going from unannexed, unzoned property to something else. Now, and we'll get to the land use a little bit further, but are we proposing slightly more residential than what is already zoned? Yes. We are proposing an additional 9 acres residential zoning at that 15 unit to the 8 to 12, or either R15 or TNC. So you take the 9, you multiply it by 8. We're talking of maybe 70 additional units. When we look at the overall site, this is an intensive commercial unit and commercial development. Now, what's the consequence of that? Well, the residential developments that you've already approved in this area, they need commercial services. They need the medical office. They need the retail. They need those things, because where are they going now? They're either going to 10 Mile Road for the little bit of retail that we have there now, we'll have more in the future, and then on over to Meridian Road, or they're going out Franklin back towards Nampa or the Cherry Lane area. When we create that connectivity, we minimize those types of trips. And so that's why, yes, ACHD said there is nothing programmed for 10 Mile. Why is there nothing programmed for 10 Mile? Because it's totally built out and the interchange has been constructed. But what is ACHD telling us? We need to construct the collector system, which we are. We need to do signal warrants, and those signal warrants will be triggered as we do plats, because we obviously can't build anything here till we've platted these lots. So that's where they do it. On this map, you see the 3 yellow stars. Those are the signal warrants where ACHD wants us to test stuff in the future and build when warranted, signalized intersections at those locations. The orange is the one that we've already committed to as part of the 118 and enhancing that with 10 Mile Crossing to the east. So those are the developer elements. We have the commercial collectors, we have the signal improvements, we have the additional signals when warranted. On Black Cat, you will see some additional developer by other developers, because we don't front on Black Cat, but you've approved other applications that will have improvements on Black Cat, and they have those same warrant requirements. If they push it over the need for a signal before we do, somebody's going to have to do that. So those are the elements that we implement. and how we do it. Now let's look at ACHD's plan. ACHD, as I indicated, has development improvements on Black Cat with the various applications that are coming in. We also have the CIP and their work plan. Now, I know that there is some concern that they're, and Bill addressed it, that the segment south of Franklin on Black Cat is not programmed in the near 5-year period. It is more of a 10-year period. But when we look at the actual 5-year work plan, and ACHD's updating the 5-year work plan tomorrow night and approving it, so I have pieces here from the current one and the coming one, you do see there's the star, that's yellow, that's where the project is. But those improvements over on Linder are programmed to occur in that 2025, 26, 27 horizon. The time period that it will take for us to start seeing the impact from our improvements. And you will also see that, in the current 10-mile, the current Linder plan, they have the engineering and the right-of-way acquisition. And in the forthcoming one, the intention is to add construction in 26, 27. Why is that important? Well, the purpose of that Linder connection is to provide an additional alternative connection for Meridian residents traveling north-south, not having to go out to the interchanges, and reducing then the traffic on Meridian and 10 Mile, which, as we know, is what we saw when the Locust Grove overpass finally was constructed many years ago, that it eliminated some trips that were going out to Eagle Road as the closest way to get across the interstate. Now, longer term, yes, Black Cat and Franklin, we see in those improvements to the north of that intersection, the west of that intersection are programmed, but to the south, that is still out there. It's in the capital improvement plan, but it's not yet programmed. So let's talk about ITD and what the timing is. Because State Highway 16, as we know, it has been a blessing and a curse that we've now gone through essentially 2 recessions with this project. We did the first part in the Great Recession and the post 9/11 recession, and now we're on to the next part. And we made a mistake. We made a mistake doing that as part of a project and not a whole project. Why did we make that mistake? Well, it's a mistake because you're taking all of those vehicles off of Highway 44, off of Highway 16, dumping them on 2026, and we then improved 10 Mile Road with an interchange. So all of that traffic that looks to go east on the interstate, we know is traveling that segment of Shinden and then on down 10 Mile Road. And that's why we see the level of service F in the PM peak hour. Well, Highway 16, by making that connection, will greatly improve that. And we know that the first phase of Highway 16, which will be open and permit its use all the way from Highway 2026 to the interstate, will occur sometime in 2026. Now, in the future, ITD will be making some additional improvements. They'll be building some additional segments, some additional overpasses to address that, but it will open in 2026. So the next question, and we can come back to that, the next question just is, as we think about what the transportation system is, I drew you these maps because they're just kind of the traffic sheds. The traffic shed we see today takes all of that state, highway, regional traffic and puts it on 10 Mile. Our local traffic all gets put onto 10 Mile. But between now and the time we start actually building, you're going to see that a lot of that local traffic will no longer have to come to 10 Mile. That regional traffic will not have to come to 10 Mile. So,
Mr. Wardle.
yes.
Your time has expired.
And we've only covered two of 5.
So I'm going to at least open the floor for questions. If council have additional questions of the applicant about anything they have or have not covered that you have an interest in.
Council President.
Councilmember Schrader.
Yeah, I think it would be great to, I think you got most of your points about transportation out there. I think if you want to touch on schools,
Okay.
that would be fantastic.
So, as indicated, we have requested essentially an additional 9 acres of multifamily. Everything that you see there west of that curved road, Umbria Hills Drive, is already zoned TNC, already contemplates residential. We did that because we feel it's appropriate to have a better buffer, a better transition, and it's more consistent with, we think, with the area that the plan comprehended for a mixed use, with both mixed use residential, mixed use commercial. It contemplates more. But at the acreage, with the density that's permitted, at most, you're going to see 400 units. Per the West Ada School District's analysis, as confirmed by your staff who've done it as well, that potentially generates 53 additional students. Now, Chaparral Elementary is the most critical and certainly at the highest when we look at those other ones there. The thing about this is this residential element is going to require significantly more and future approvals. Depending on whether you designate it as TNC or you designate it as R15, a developer, and we're not a group that does this type. We're going to have a development partner. Somebody else is going to come in and be presenting that to you at some point in the future. But for a 200-acre application, we're talking about 50 students. And we're talking about 50 students who will come to our West Ada School District from a development that, because it is so intensively commercial, and because we don't have exemptions on the commercial side of things, this project is going to more than fund the proportionate share allocable to it. So when we think about those 53 students, I mean, that's based upon the analysis that we have. We recognize that Chaparral is the one that's closest to full. It's not beyond where we see, and we see the West Ada School District has identified, their standard conditions here. And we think that as you look at the time that it's going to take to develop this with the commercial elements, that is not a concern. The concern over density that you've heard and more housing from the public, I think just doesn't reflect what's actually been proposed. We're not talking additional single-family residences that are going to have a higher number of children. And we're focused on what is already entitled and what's contemplated. So yes, out of 200 acres, we have requested an additional 9 be rezoned from the CC zone to the TNC. And, staff has indicated an R15 would be their preferred zone. We're ambivalent because the densities get you the same place and so do the same style.
Council, any additional questions?
Council President.
Councilmember Whitlock.
Jeff, could you also just touch on the parks and again, right next to Chaparral, you've got Fuller Park, and that there was some concerns from the public about the impacts there.
Okay, so as we indicated, the point was raised last week, I believe, by you, Councilmember Whitlock. What is the activity space within this more dense residential element going to look like? And to that, I don't know. I don't have a site plan for you. We're not here with a conditional use permit, but we can tell you a couple things. First of all, that element and what you see there in green, we have not fully tiled the Purdom drain. Why? Because there's the recognition that with the right-of-way that goes with the Purdom drain, that is an appropriate place for us to either evaluate using it as an amenity or using it as park space. So that's what that green area that you see there is, the Purdom drain, 85 feet wide, 1,500 feet long. So that's an area that you're not going to be building on top of. We also recognize that under your current code, there are very specific requirements about the amount of active space that's available and the amenities. And we don't need to go into that because somebody else who likes doing that will be back either to planning and zoning or you to deal with that in the future. As to the rest of the project, staff hit on this previously and showed you this slide. But when we look at the commercial piece, and this is just the commercial piece that's not the 118, 15% is required to be qualified open space, but we're providing 27% in that area. Now, there are a couple other elements that are not fully included in that analysis because they're in the 118 approval. And what is that? Well, I would direct your attention to the Williams pipeline, which is that line that slashes down through the property on the lower center. The Williams pipeline parcel is a common parcel on the 118 Vanguard Village plat that will be a common lot that's 2.88 acres. And under your code, we have to improve a 50-foot buffer with pathway along the interstate. So you have those significant facilities, and actually those are both, the plans for those are included with the preliminary plat, that those will be constructed now. So I recognize that there's not a story park included in this project. There's not that type of park facility, but I've spent time reviewing, your park master plan, and this area doesn't contemplate that type of community park, I think in part because of the significant amount of commercial and industrial use that's planned in the Black Cat area. So will there need to be play areas and active areas in the residential elements? Absolutely. If your Parks Department did think that this was an appropriate location for some type of community park, we can have that conversation. But I think the concerns that were articulated by members of the public last week didn't appreciate the limited scope and the nature of the residential elements, and certainly didn't appreciate the significant amount of light industrial, commercial, and industrial property west of Black Cat. So this is an area that probably is underserved with park space, but the locations for those parks really should have been closer to Franklin Road where the single-family residences are, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to put those down next to the freeway, farther away, and with those more intensive commercial uses. So we think it meets all of those requirements. The concerns about the multifamily will be addressed in the future when that application comes forward with a specific design. And we think that the pathway elements that are proposed here, again, integrate with the pathway improvements to the east on 10 Mile Crossing. So you're going to end up with, well, when we're done here, and then when the Corey Barton project comes in, you'll have almost 1.75 miles of pathway between 10 Mile Crossing and the district.
President.
Councilmember Taylor.
Mr. Wardle, on this slide that's up, near the top, there's the red outlined area, kind of where your residential is proposed. What you're suggesting, if I'm just tracking it correctly, is that hard to define what that may look like depending on what the development proposal actually is when your development partners or whoever is coming to develop that residential. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. But with the caveat that that red piece up top, that is the Purdom drain right of way. Okay. So you're going to have green space of some type in that area.
Okay. And Mr. President, quick follow-up. I wrote down when you were talking at the beginning of your presentation, when you talked about adding 9 acres of residential, I wrote down maybe 70 units. I thought that was what I heard you say. And then just a second ago, you said at most 400 units. I might be misunderstanding where you're talking about what. So could you just tell me kind of holistically what you think may be developed there with the residential? Are we talking 70 units on top of what's allowed, and then 400 is the total maximum? Am I understanding that right?
Mr. President, Councilmember Taylor, yes, it's considering that right, that we're talking about 34 acres at 8 units to the acre, 8+ units to the acre, which are going to put you at 400. Now, right now, we have approximately 24 acres that are already zoned TNC at that density. And what we've requested is the additional 9. So the additional 9 is where you get the 70 from. So it'd be 400 minus 70 would be the upper limit if that sliver east of Umbria were not rezoned.
Council.
Mr. President, yes.
Councilmember Overton.
Mr. Wardle, I want to make sure that I understand that you are in compliance and agreement with the ACHD study when they request that you'll work with them on all of the signal analysis, roundabout analysis as this whole thing proceeds? Is there any part of it that you are not in agreement with?
Council President, Councilmember Overton, no, we agree with the ACHD staff report and we support it. And we're fine with signal warrants because those are the types of things that we expect in the types of developments in fluid areas. So we appreciate ACHD's work on this. ACHD has been here with your staff, with us for the 16 months that we've pulled these 5 parcels together. So yes, we support the staff report.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Councilmember Taylor.
Just another question on the residential. Can you just kind of walk me through again why you're wanting to propose a little bit more residential than maybe previously contemplated versus the employment? Is that just sort of looking at the market conditions, making this pencil out, or are there other reasons? If you could just walk me through that a little bit.
Sure. Council President, Councilmember Taylor. So this is the residential parcel. When you look at the current 10-mile plan, basically everything north of the Purdom Drain is designated as mixed-use residential. Now, that mixed-use residential band is north of the Purdom Drain, but what got zoned as TNC for commercial is that essentially that portion west of Umbria, that main north-south drive there. So as we looked at this, to be honest, I wouldn't say it's driven by market conditions because I don't think anybody in their right mind would be doing additional multifamily right now. It was more a planning consideration that as we look at the already zoned CC retail, general commercial type property that's to the east, that it made sense to have a buffer. And a more dense multifamily product probably made sense as the buffer right there so that you do something with the townhouses as depicted here or those elements as you get to the less dense single-family residential property to the north and the medium density to the west. So why did we do it? We did it because we felt from a planning perspective, it provided additional integration and separation from the single family to the multifamily to the retail. And, you know, I don't think our design guys necessarily liked the abruptness of having a residential use on one side of a collector and retail immediately on the other side. I think they felt that would encourage it to function through Umbria like a records as opposed to a little more residential and residential serving. So that's the rationale. Again, it is 9 acres, and out of the 200 acres, it's part of the application. It's one of those where we can work with it, we can work without it. It's just a recognition that as we've worked to try to keep the rough area of the land use map designations, as we reorient those to implementation, that we wanted to keep those roughly the same. And so that's part of it too, is the direction I gave from a legal perspective is we know we need to reallocate and move some of these land use designations to support zoning based upon where the collectors actually are going to get constructed. But we don't want to change the overall ratio of the mixed-use residential, mixed-use commercial, high employment, because that's what all of the traffic analysis has been done. That's what the planning's been done previously. I really, you know, the 9 acres has caused more conversation on stuff related to this application than I ever anticipated.
Mr. President.
Yes, Member Taylor.
I would like you to address the design standards, because that was a question I had, because I'm thinking back to a previous application we had a few months ago in this area where we had a long discussion about design standards and were they outdated. However, recognize that such a large thing, instead of the city kind of deciding what do we want to see, we're almost allowing you to decide what those design standards are if we were to
Sure.
proceed. So I'd like to hear
Yeah,
you.
so I'll address that really briefly. As staff indicated, you've gone through this exercise before with the integration of the 3 development agreements across 10 Mile at 10 Mile Crossing. And the 10 Mile plan contemplated that for larger master planned areas within the 10 Mile plan, that the private sector should be encouraged to come forward with what their vision is. So we looked at what we know well with our retail team and with our office team. We looked at lessons to be learned from 10 Mile Crossing. And, the 10 Mile Center development plan and design guidelines were put together. And to be honest, since my dad worked extensively on that, I told my guys to plagiarize it. I said, just go look and see how my dad did that, because it makes our job much easier when your staff has a model that works. So our design team took that to heart and structurally went and said, and talked with staff about, is it working at 10 Mile Crossing? What is the process? How do we do it so that you're not having different processes? So from a process perspective, we've modeled what we learned from 10 Mile Center. From a design perspective, ours is a little bit different, because the first thing that our team did is we have put together, and it's in the packet, and I don't anticipate that you've read it, but a 33-page narrative of what the standards are and what the goals are that we're trying to implement, as well as identifying how we take the elements of the 10 Mile plan and actually put them into effect. So this gets put into effect with the process that's spelled out in the document. The development agreement gets recorded, it's integrated with it, and we now have a narrative that provides standards and directions to all future users in a variety of design elements with specific analysis of how to implement it for uses. So I don't think we have as many pictures as 10 Mile Center, because I think part of the rationale is that we want to describe for people what we want, have a mechanism to review and approve it, and then come forward. Now, one thing I'm really proud of with this is I did search it, and the word earth does not appear once. So it gives us much more flexibility if people want to be creative as to colors and materials. But here's an example of the street furniture section, identifying where we're going to do street furniture as contemplated by the 10 Mile plan. Examples that our team has used elsewhere to guide people so that there is that flexibility, but then identify how we implement that. And the same with architectural standards. Again, these are buildings that we've either designed or worked on in various contexts, and we're not trying to replicate the standards. The actual standards of what things look like are not what's across the street at 10 Mile Center, but the process by which we get there will be very similar. And I think it is workable for your staff, because it makes sure that any user knows exactly what they have to do before they come pull a CZC.
Council, any additional questions? Councilmember Whitlock.
Mr. Wardle, first, thank you for responding to the questions and preparing this. It's helped ease some of my concerns. I think I mentioned last week, I live off of Black Cat, so I come up Black Cat, then Franklin, and 10 Mile to get on the freeway and go downtown to work every day. And that Franklin 10 Mile piece takes almost as long as getting on the freeway and getting downtown. I'm concerned about, I appreciate what you said about Highway 16 and the Linder overpass. And that's eased some of my concerns that it will disperse some of that traffic on 10 Mile. But at the same time, as we develop and backfill into this, it will add more cars. So I I just wonder, in the timeline and the phasing that you did talk about, if in 26 or 27 or 28, we're going to find ourselves really at LOSF again, or still, with no improvements. The other question I have for you, again, on the traffic lights, again, if I try to come home anytime between 4 and 6 o'clock at night, I'm stacking onto I-84 and sitting on the freeway, trying to get off onto 10 Mile to go north on 10 Mile. My concern is if there's another traffic light at 10 Mile Crossing, that's going to stack even further and cause more backup, I believe, coming off the freeway, trying to go north. Can you respond or talk to that?
Councilmember President, Councilmember Whitlock, I think when we talk about that signal, you already have part of a signal there at that intersection. So it's about the improvement of the rest of it and the construction of the rest of it. I recognize the concerns about 10 Mile Road. I recognize that ITD probably should have had some more forethought about what they did there, but there's not an immediate solution. And I do think, and I appreciate staff, because the conversations that we've had is, okay, how do we address stacking to get off of 10 Mile and onto the interstate? How do we do that? So the whole issue of signal warrants is enhanced signals do not happen, although that signal will happen as part of the 118 application and the plat, just because that was part of the requirements and it's already there. But signal improvements are something we know that we have to address with ACHD, and we have to be reflexive and responsive as to timing. I wish I had a better answer for you, but I can't wave the magic wand and fix that. And I don't want to seem like we don't care, because people coming here are our customers, our clients, our users, and their experience is important as well. We think with the mix of uses that we're trying to put here, that this is very much focused on being a neighborhood serving use, not a regional commercial serving use. And obviously Shields is a very unique user across the street. The types of uses that we're talking about are the types of neighborhood serving retail and type of office that we've done elsewhere. So that's not a good answer. I don't have a good answer for you. The answer I do have is that we all have to work together, and we have to recognize that if the landscaped island is part of the solution, then yes, we will work on that with you and do it. Where our discomfort with ITD is once again, ITD is at the party too late. I mean, ITD has known that these parcels have been zoned this way for years. ITD has known that this is going to develop. It's consistent with your plan. ITD has known the importance of Linder Overpass that you all have been trying to get ITD to focus on and cooperate with. So I appreciate what ACHD is done, and I recognize, and I think the way that I wrap this up is we are about implementing the 10 Mile plan. I think the mayor said it really well last week, that part of the reason that we haven't gone back and revisited all the 10 Mile plan is there is very little still to be annexed. So now it's about implementation, and implementing that plan means there are certain things we have to do to get the functioning commercial collectors. There are certain things that we have to do to get the impact fees that are going to pay and move some of these other items farther up the schedule. And I think Black Cat Road is a prime example of south of Franklin to the interstate is a segment which, with the development that's going on there, that segment in the next iteration of the CIP probably moves up much, much higher, because it becomes so critical to that north-south connectivity here in Meridian. So we unfortunately live in an auto-centric world. And the way we solve that is we have to make certain choices. Is the 10-mile interchange, as we look back at the 10-mile plan, the density of residential development probably isn't what was necessarily contemplated. And we've seen more residential. But the other thing is that we all get in our cars and we go to work. That is 2 trips a day. The other 7 trips a day that our households make are those local trips to run to school, run to practice, run to those other things. And, for the longest time we talked about trip capture. We're going to have trip capture. It's not really trip capture, it's trip shortening. And to be honest, as a resident of Meridian, my wife found that her trips shortened when we moved to Meridian, in part because we waited to move to a neighborhood where I had done the commercial development, and she knew the benefits to that. And she was like, this is great. I only have to drive, 5 minutes for what I used to have to drive 15 or 20. So that's what we have to think about. I don't have a good answer. I think we have to work on it collectively, but we also have to recognize that the ship has largely sailed because we have implemented a plan by zoning and annexing properties that we now need to move forward with.
Council President.
Councilmember Strader.
Thank you. Just a couple quick ones. Can you, and I realize it's sort of sensitive topic, can you talk a little bit more about your recreation user and more from the concern? I'm concerned about what that could be, if that's going to become a regional draw, what that could look like. I don't know if you could talk around it generally. Just kind of wanted to open that up so you can weigh in on it.
I don't think it's a regional draw. I think it's a recreation user that focuses on, a neighborhood draw. I can't get real specific, but you can see there that they contemplate a pool and a large facility and some pickleball courts. And it is a private recreational operator.
Okay. Okay. And then just one more thing. And I feel like, some of the challenges here, you're correct. These properties were annexed, right? At the same time, I think part of what is a little bit of a headwind in this case is that you have a very large development. In many ways, I am one of the types of people that would rather have this broken into digestible pieces. I feel like because you're coming out the gate already addressing a lot of high level concerns that sort of kept you from maybe just focusing on the project, I do want to give you an opportunity to take like maybe 2 minutes just to talk about the highlights and the things that you think this adds to the community, just because I feel like the way that these hearings are playing out, you kind of come across on the defensive by nature of the testimony and everything. So I do want to give you a chance to talk about the positives, because I think, we're going to hear public testimony and yeah.
Well, Council President, Councilmember Strader, I'm going to take 15 seconds and then I'm going to invite Ton Peterson, because part of the problem here is being the attorney, you were in the weeds on the technical issues. So as to your comment about wanting to see it in digestible pieces, recognize that you will be seeing elements in digestible pieces, that this is the development agreement for the entire site. And I've had criticisms of other big projects I brought in where people are like, well, we'd really like to see this piecemeal. Well, great. If you want to see it piecemeal, recognize that there are elements and things you don't get.
Council President Kavner. Yeah, I want all the things.
Yeah.
So I actually want both.
You want both, but it's like,
course.
if the 5 properties that are subject to these 5 separate development agreements came in individually, you do not get the collector in phase 1. There is no
President Kavner,
mechanism, no mechanism.
I don't
So-
think we want to start a debate, because
So-
I was a debater in college and do love to engage in that, but let's not. I love that we're getting a high level view, which I think is appropriate for a plan development of this size. I just think, you know, it couldn't hurt to have an effort to sell us on what does this add to the community, right? Like just really high level, what does this add to the community that's
Well,
positive for?
I'm going to invite Tom to come up and do that so that we're not just dealing with technical.
Perfect.
Tom, gonna come up here and at least introduce your name and address for the record, please, and the time is yours, sir.
Yes, thank you so much, Council. Tom Peterson, 1144 South Silverstone Way. I'm the Chief Development Officer and Legal Counsel for Alquist. I'm so excited to answer that question because I couldn't agree more. Councilwoman Strader, this is the moment I've been waiting for. It feels a little bit like we have been on the defensive just because of the nature of what we're dealing with. Let me answer your question directly. So if you can imagine, we've been focused on 9 additional acres of residential, but this is a 200-acre development that will be the crowning jewel of everything we do and potentially for Meridian. This is walkable retail and restaurant. This is a destination where you can, in a truly mixed use environment, you can work, live, and play. And we slap that label on everything, right? You see it all over, but this is it. This is the example of it where you can work there. I want to just mention that moving from south up from, yeah, there we go. So starting down along I-84, just to put this into context, the jobs and the employment we're bringing here, and we mentioned this at P&Z, if you can picture in your mind our Eagle View Landing development where Topgolf is, we'll have more square footage of office at this park than we will at Eagle View Landing. This is an office park where we're going to have opportunities to bring in employment. That cannot be overstated. And it won't be the same as 10 Mile Crossing. It won't be the same as Eagle View Landing. It will have its own identity. But for context, we'll have more square footage, over 500,000 square feet of office, true office in this development. Then as you're moving up, as you get closer to Franklin, you'll have medical office. You'll have the ancillary and much needed hotel and hospitality that's going to really benefit those, and especially that medical office communities. When you think about going under the underpass and connecting with 10 Mile Crossing and the medical offices are there, this is going to be a cohesive medical office destination. Then, and we've called it Innovator, we've called it Villaggio, it's the collector, whatever that might be. Then you get truly into the neighborhood retail restaurant feel. Our partner on this development is EPC, the principals of whom are the former CEO and his executive team with CenterCal who brought Meridian the Village. They are helping us. Their fingerprints are all over us to learn from what they did in the past. There were some good things. It's not just the Village that they've done, but they've done those types of developments all over the Western United States. And all of that they've learned. And right before retirement, they've said, let's do it, taking all the lessons learned and do it right here. It's walkable, it's scalable, it's entertainment oriented that a family can come down and spend the time going through the micro parks, the playgrounds, going to a movie, perhaps, eating at a restaurant, having entertainment, and perhaps walking back to their home. But whatever it is, it's a neighborhood feel that's really, really, and I wish we could, and I would probably, Tommy Alquist would come running in here if I started telling you, who we have under contract, but it is going to be just the absolute paramount project that we have where the highest end retailers are coming in and bringing it so that we're not now going, I think that solves the traffic problem in part. We're not getting on the road to go to the Village, right? On this side of Meridian, you can stay here. We have a collector system that we work through that goes from 10 Mile over to Black Cat. From Franklin, you can take Umbria down and go over to 10 Mile Crossing. So I hope that provides some answer to your question to really bring this to life of what this development is. There are 9 additional acres of residential, but that is largely, shadowed by the almost 190 acres of true office, medical office, hospitality, retail, and restaurant that this site will bring in, all of which has been zoned accordingly. And we're mixing those zones to fit. I will say in conclusion, I cannot say how much we appreciate staff. I cannot even, there's no way to comprehend. We have worked in countless meetings with them for 18 months, and we agree with their recommendation. It gets us to the same place, and we think that it's a great recommendation that they've made, and we're appreciative of them, and we're appreciative of you for this process. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. President.
Councilmember Taylor.
I have just one quick question. Speaking about the office space and kind of describing that, in the staff report, it talks about desire to have a variety of flexible spaces for small, local, or startup businesses, in addition to some of the larger regional enterprise entities. Could you speak to like what your vision is to kind of encourage or promote those types of environments, or is it just you'll make the office space, let people lease it along that lines? But I'm just kind of curious the variety of office space that you're envisioning being at this location.
Yeah, Councilmember Taylor and Council, wonderful question. And the way to answer that is to look at our past history on that exact point. If you look across the street or you drive down the street to Eagleview Landing, you'll see we have big national tenants. You'll also see Kiln, for example. You'll see the more kind of not mom and pop, but the grassroots. That's what our buildings are filled with. There's this mix that our team has, long before I joined. I'm an attorney by trade, and in the 5 years I've learned some of this. But our team, if you go just across the street to 10 Mile Crossing and look at the tenant mix, that's what you'll see. You need those big anchor tenants to bring the building online, and then there's a deliberate path to bring in the local businesses, the startups, and really, if you look at Travis Hawks and what he's doing across at 10 Mile Crossing, that's a perfect example. And that's our bread and butter. That's our pathway. That's our business model, what you've just described.
Council President Kavanaugh.
Councilmember Schrader.
How will this be positioned relative to the village? You don't have to speak to that. I mean, that's really your inner workings, but I'm curious, and you don't have to talk about it, but if you want to, I mean, there is a concern about whether this town could sort of support two large lifestyle centers, whatever you want to call it, kind of in close proximity to one another. So just curious how this would be positioned in light of that.
Yeah, thank you very much. So Council, another really good question that I'm glad I have the opportunity to speak on. The public comment last time was a real good one. I probably would have made it myself. The question being, are we just building another village? Is this Village 2.0? The answer is no. It has design elements. It has functionality, lessons learned from those who've done it before. It has an integration component. In other words, the brainchilds of who were able to do the village have able to say, this is what it can look like. But by no means are we trying to either compete with or create an alternative, a 2.0 version. That's never been the design. And I would be happy to tour our site with anyone from the public to be able to demonstrate them. This is a much larger site. It can't be that. By definition and by default, it simply can't be that. But what it can do is it can provide integration, it can provide walkability, it can provide the same family feel, the same safety environment where someone says, I live here, and now I don't necessarily need to go to Nampa or to Boise because I have restaurant, I have retail, I have I have fitness alternatives that I can go to. And so I hope that also answers your question, that we're taking the best of what the lessons have been learned and incorporating that in a much different and separate and distinct development. And I would also add that the main difference being that this is the anchor of it. I mean, literally from a physical standpoint, the anchor of it along I-84 is a business park. And so it has by just that own definition, a very distinct feel to it.
Council, any additional questions? Tom, I've got a couple, maybe either you or Mr. Wardle. And one, I appreciate your passion and enthusiasm for the project. For both of you, it's very infectious. But I think my question boils down to something that I learned from staff this evening, which was that there was at least initially contemplated a collaborative effort for a regional traffic impact study. And I didn't get quite a clear answer from our staff as to why that process never began, because then I'll speak to it. You touched on, what I think is the big crux for me. I actually think this is going to function like a mixed use regional location, right? You said it, families are going to come down here. I think families, not just that living around the area, but families from across Meridian, across the valley, CUNA, Star, are going to be attracted to this area. And so to me, it's looking at, because this is now going to be the critical mass for traffic impacts across the valley, right there at the, at your location at 8 and 9 in the morning when people are trying to get off the interstate, and there again at 5 and 6 when people are trying to get home. So why not take a look at how this project would impact a more regional approach to traffic so that council can feel confident when Mr. Wardle says, hey, with Linda Road overpass, you're going to see relief. With Highway 16, you're going to see relief. And how we contemplate that with, kind of to your point, some of the big users are going to come 2 or 3 years from now. I don't anticipate traffic's going to get any better necessarily in a measurable way in those 2 or 3 years. So I think that for me is my big hangup, is trying to understand how the additional transportation investments that the city and the county and the state are making, how those are going to be impacted by this project, not by this project, as well as ongoing use. I realize that's a lot to throw at you at 8 o'clock at night, but it's a piece that for me, I continue to wrestle with.
Thank you, Council President and Council. I think the most pertinent question of the night has just been asked, and I can answer that. I applaud ACHD. The reason that we don't need a traffic study is because we have their staff report that probably gives us more than a traffic study would. ACHD has not required a traffic study. What they have is they've given us a 30-page report that 6 months from now, when we get the first draft back, and another 6 months from now when we get it approved, because that's how long it's taking, we would have exactly what we have now. 10 miles been built out. Franklin's been built out. The 10 mile, I can't see a thing without my glasses. 10 miles been built out. Franklin has been built out. We have the Highway 16 overpass program, the Linda overpass program. We have a collector system that we've already started on. That would be in a traffic study. ACHD would say, hey, we need connectivity between 10 Mile and Black Hat. And that's why 18 months ago, working with staff and ACHD, we said, we'll go procure that land now and we'll start on it, because we know it's going to be needed. We know the collector would be required from Umbria to go, from Franklin, taking Umbria down to 10 Mile. That would be required by ACHD. And they would require the signal warrant analyses at all three locations. In other words, we've got it. We have the entirety and the totality of it. I applaud, and as Mr. Wardle had indicated, we are in full agreement with the staff report that was generated through 18 months worth of work with staff, ACHD, and us. I would venture to tell you, based on the work that we've done with ACHD and other jurisdictions, both Meridian and Boise, more work has gone into this analysis than when we get a full traffic study. And I think the reason that ACHD has said we don't actually need a traffic study, because they had one. They have a base traffic study from 2007. That was a base model, so it's already been done. And Mindy Wallace and others had said, well, these are the things, ABC, the ones I just went through, that we're going to need. So we don't need another traffic study to tell us that. Let's work on doing those things. And we've said, absolutely, let's do those things for the betterment of our project and the betterment of the community.
Tom, I guess it's less about 10 Mile and Franklin and your collector. It's also about the interstate. And to me, I think that is an important piece. I mean, that's where I really mean that you guys are kind of ground zero for traffic. And I'd like to go back and look at the staff report. I was kind of under the impression that ACHD didn't require a traffic impact study because there was maybe some miscommunication with the highway district in the city about if we thought one was needed or not. So that, and if we need to take a break for it a little bit too, I'm fine. I just want to be upfront with you. Those are the things that I'm struggling to be able to overcome.
Council President Kavner, having been in those meetings, and again, I'm not here to argue with you guys, I'm not here to debate. But the fact of the matter is ACHD, ITD, and your staff and us were there at the table 15, 16 months ago. And where I get frustrated with the public agencies in this valley is it is not for the private property owners to drag them to the table, force them to cooperate so we can go forward. So that we can move forward with the rights that we already have. Also, what's disconcerting and what is really aggravating at this site with respect to ITD is where was ITD when you approved 10 Mile Center across the street doing the exact same thing, integrating these development agreements and taking what had been approved conceptually and turning them into one master plan? It's disconcerting that property owners get pitted against each other to see who gets first to the market with their building permits so that they're the ones that don't have to do these things. So I don't disagree, Councilmember Cavanagh. These are legitimate concerns. But we as the developer, as the property owner who have been working with your staff, it is not for us to compel ITD to do its evaluation. It's not for us to compel ITD to think about its interstate highways. It's not for us to compel you to stop development elsewhere. Because the fact of the matter is, with commercial uses, what do we know? Commercial uses are uses where people come to work, shop, do the other things. They serve the houses. The reason that commercial always comes later is because you have to have that mass of housing. And what we see over and over and over again in this valley is municipalities approve housing. And then when the commercial developers and commercial users and commercial property owners come forward, everybody wrings their hands and goes, oh, we've got to deal with traffic. We pay impact fees too. We're going to contribute those impact fee dollars. We get exacted just like a residential developer, but the fact of the matter is that main commercial collector, if this were in North Meridian and we were talking about a director or a producer, you know, those collectors in Paramount or over in some of the other projects, those types of collectors would be much smaller. Those would be residential collectors that have a narrower profile and don't have the stuff. So this is one where we sat there in the meetings, we had the conversations, and, you know, I'm not just dumping on your staff in your city because I've seen it elsewhere. I've seen the city of Boise go, oh, ACHD, we need to do this. Great. We as the development community will be here to help you, but you have to lead because you can't put the cost in terms of dollars and time back on developers who have, and property owners who have property that's zoned. If it's annexed, I get it. If it's not annexed, I get it. You know, hold off until you get there. But these were decisions that were made. So if ITD needs to stop parachuting in on individual single projects where they go, oh, you're going to need that. Because the other thing too is that when we deal with these types of development applications, ITD's mitigation requirements are wholly inconsistent with what you as a municipality recognize are the constitutional limits of exactions and ACHD. ITD has no qualms whatsoever of taking your traffic study and go, you know, you really need to go do something off-site that serves these, not people who are coming to you, but solves their problem. So, I mean, Council President, I understand the concern because you get the phone calls. You get the phone calls where everybody goes, oh, the traffic is bad. But what is level?
Traffic is bad.
It is, but it's level of service F. And if we want better than level of service F, then our agencies have, and municipalities can't approve all the projects you've approved. That's the consequence, is that you, when we come in trying to implement the plans that municipalities adopt, we can't get crucified for doing what we were told you wanted.
Mr. Warlow, in fairness, 10 Mile doesn't just serve Meridian residents. It serves Star, it serves Middleton, it serves Emmett, it serves many other cities. So we also are taking the growth and the decisions of other cities. We are in that position where we have to make a decision what's best for our community and deal with all the other traffic impacts and all the other traffic decisions of other municipalities. And to say we've made these decisions is yes, but that does not mean that we should continue to make other decisions that could continue to drive up the major challenges of traffic, not just in our community and in the region. So I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you, quite frankly, on a lot of it.
Yeah.
And I would be incredibly frustrated to get a letter from ITD 24 hours before us to say, hey, by the way, a traffic impact study is probably warranted. Would have been nice to have heard that 16 months ago, 6 months ago.
Absolutely.
I'm
They were at
sympathetic.
the table. We had the conversations. And if they wanted to have that fight, and that's why I don't really want to talk about the ITD, request for a traffic study, because where have they been? We have done what you have asked. We have done what your plan says. We've done what your staff has asked. We've done what ACHD asked us to. And at the 11th hour and 59th minute, after we've worked through all of this stuff, ITD comes in and goes, you got to solve our problem. Well, I totally agree. I agree we have problems. And you know what the problems are? The problems are people move here and we have no way of really capturing that new growth. Everybody that moves here from Arizona and California, we don't have a way to do that. We don't have a way that those of us that have lived in this community and paid the taxes and done this don't have to stop at Franklin. Why? Because the newly arrived person from Scottsdale who's here as a political refugee, wants it better. And then what do? They complain about traffic. You don't get it both ways. And and not to be abrasive and take it out on you, but the fact of the matter is they all show up, they all want big, nice new houses out there, and then they complain, well, where is the retail? Where is the commercial? And we've got to deliver that. And so I don't disagree.
Okay.
I do disagree with the fact that when you are bold enough to come in and go, okay, we're going to take 5 development agreements and put them together, that we get held to a higher standard. Because unfortunately, when you do that, we do. And everybody goes, oh, okay, great. The 4-acre parcel here will come in, and you know what you're going to get with a 4-acre parcel that's not part of a larger development agreement? You're going to get a Fast Eddie's and a car wash. That's what you're going to get. That's the consequence of these decisions. That's the consequence of what are you going to get? You're going to get a little mattress firm anchored strip center like the one down between Franklin and the train tracks on Eagle Road. That's what you get. And what causes worse traffic? All of those separate curb cuts and all of those, interconnected parking lots. And all of those little property owners that, take umbrage when you tell them that you have to provide connectivity to your neighbor, and they're here yelling at you about that, not recognizing that there is a benefit to that connectivity.
Mr. Wardle, I don't think anybody comes and yells. I think people like you and I bring enthusiasm for the things that we care about. I don't think you're yelling at us tonight either. So I appreciate your passion and enthusiasm. Any other questions for Mr. Wardle? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, council, it is now the public hearing portion. Mr. Johnson, do we have anyone signed up to provide testimony this evening?
Mr. President, we do. First is Heather Christensen.
Heather, if you would join us up here, you can pick either microphone. Sometimes you got to eat a little bit, but you have 3 minutes. If you could start by introducing your name and your address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Heather Christensen. I live at 1469 North Deep Creek Way, Meridian, Idaho 83642. I would just like to start off with something that the applicant said was the ship has sailed, but as you and I all know, the Titanic did sink, and it was the unsinkable Titanic. This actually directly impacts me, my family, and my community. So as a citizen, I would like the traffic study because I live there and I drive there. I have to drive from the interstate up to Cherry. My house lives just down the street from Fuller Park and from Chaparral. I see the traffic. I see people cut into our neighborhood all the time off of 10 Mile, trying to get past the 10 Mile intersection on Cherry and 10 Mile. I feel like a lot of tonight has been focusing on people we're trying to get here and not the people that live here. So I don't think ITD is too late. I think that study would be very helpful for the residents that live here. I'm not opposed to growth. My husband and I have a small business. It's a family-owned business that we run, and we serve all of Treasure Valley. So my husband's constantly traveling. Our employees are constantly traveling. I feel like the thing that drew us to Meridian was that it was a community about families. It was a community that had this small field, and we focused on keeping it that way. We focused it on community, family oriented. And I feel like this district, I know that it's already been decided that this district is going forward, but I feel like we could still change direction on the district. I feel like our focus should be more on what things the citizens and the residents that already live here need. I have a daughter who struggles with mental health, and we do not have any facilities in Idaho that have in residential places for these teens that go into mental hospitals. So we have mental hospitals, but we have nothing in our community that serves teens and children that struggle with mental health outside of the hospital. And so then we have parents who struggle figuring out what to do. And in our case, we sent our daughter down to Utah. I feel like as a community, and if we're going to do a district, I feel like it should focus on what the needs are. We don't need more shopping. Most of the residents that live in our area, we have what we need. We have a Costco down the street. We have a Walmart across the freeway and up the street. We have Winco, we have everything we need. We have hospitals within like just miles of us. We have office buildings everywhere. But I think things that we could focus on are things that could help our community. Is that my time?
If you could wrap up your comments, and then
Yep.
if council has any questions for you.
That's pretty much what I feel like we could focus on. If you want something where people can eat, live, and play, I feel like we could do a residential place for seniors who are trying to go into retirement, like a senior living area for like 55 and older. We could do a pond where like there could be like places for people to go around. It doesn't have to be set in stone, the district. It could be changed. I know it's going in, but I think that if we could redirect it, it could help both traffic and it could help the residents that already live in this area.
Thank you for your testimony. Council, any questions? Heather, thank you for being here this evening. Mr. Johnson?
Mr. President, Colin Ronhauer.
Colin, welcome this evening. If you please state your name and address for the record, the time is yours, sir.
Good evening, Council. Colin Ronhauer, 332 North Broadmoor Way. I'm with Ardura. We're working on engineering with the applicant. If the only thing I say tonight is I just want to again thank staff. Ardura has worked directly on this project and Meridian 118 since 2019. Bill and Sonia at Planning have been awesome to work with. Bruce in Public Works. Extend that thanks to ACHD, Mindy in Planning, Casey in Engineering, and all those folks down there that have been awesome. I'm here to stand to answer any engineering specific questions you may have. I know that a lot's been discussed. So if I don't say anything else, I just wanted to thank staff.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Johnson?
Mr. President, online we have Natalie Purcell. Natalie, I'm allowing you to unmute. Oh, you're here. Well, I'm so sorry. I'm glad you're
Council,
here.
Real quick, as Ms. Purcell is making her way up here, I think it's important to note for the record, Ms. Purcell's son and his Jaguars football team ran a clinic on my son and his team on Saturday. I haven't talked to legal, but I feel I can remain impartial. But it's nice to have you here this evening, Ms. Purcell. If you state your name and address for the record at the time.
Thank you. Natalie Wixom Purcell, 3848 West Park Creek Drive. So I think this last week and this week, we've heard some comments from the citizens of Meridian expressing concern about the high-density housing developments that have occurred on 10 Mile. Drawing attention to the council's ongoing approvals and continued exceptions that have allowed over 300 high-density housing to already be built or approved in that area. This doesn't count the 1,000 more that are currently in planning and zoning this week and next week. So there's up to 4,000 already to be set to be approved. By allowing this overbuilding of one housing type, we've been pointed out that this has deviated from the city's master plan. My concerns began about a year and a half ago as I witnessed an influx of apartments and being constructed and towering over our cities and neighborhoods and schools. All while our commute times increased substantially, our parks were overflowing, and our students' class sizes kept growing. I went to the school, Chaparral actually, and I said, hey, there's all these new apartments right across the street. Literally, their balconies look over into my children's playground, which is another safety concern. We can talk about it at a different time. And I said, what's the plan? And they said, when you find out, let us know. We'd love to know. So I reached out to the city of Meridian. I reached out to council members. I reached out to the mayor, and I met with Mayor Simison. And I met with the school board. And I hate to say that I found that Meridian schools were not in the top priority for any one of those. As members and as citizens of Meridian, the quality of life was not in any of these considerations as high-density housing overtook our town. I would like to point out that we just had a perfect example of what the developer's stance was on our school, as he said, quote, it's not a big deal that our schools are over capacity. He had the chart up with my son's school, my daughter's school, and said, it's fine as it's over capacity. He had 37 kids in his class. Is that the education that we want to provide for our Meridian citizens? We just showed and had the attitude of what is happening in Idaho and what the developers think about our children's educational environments. In recent years, it seems that the needs of developers have taken precedent over the well-being of Meridian citizens. Education has taken a back burner in our city's planning, and our children are now the collateral damage. We've had flippant comments from city council members saying, quote, the schools will do what they always do and figure it out, end quote, as they approve high-density housing that are overburdening our schools, our streets, and our parks. The school's just figuring it out for my family, as I've stated, is 37 kids in my son's 5th grade classroom. Educational quality is dropping, overworked and overburdened educators. The developers nonchalantly like to point out that it's not that big of a deal, it's just a few acres, it's not going to add that much. But for my family, it is a big deal. My son attended Chaparral from kindergarten through 5th grade. I have 2 more kids there, and I'll have another one there in a year. So it is a big deal for us and our family, and the educational environment for my children. I'll just wrap this up. Homeowners who have been here for years and helped build a quality of life are being stripped away from their city. Acre by acre, as more exemptions are made. It doesn't matter if it's 9 acres, he says. It matters to me, and it matters to my family. We need answers to roads. It's not okay for the answer to be, it's gonna stay at an F for a while. When you're talking about my commute times, the parks will have some green space. That'll be enough. Is that going to help alleviate the problems that we have with sports teams trying to find practice areas? Or our neighborhoods being overflow parking every evening and every weekend? No. And schools being over capacity, that is not okay. It is not okay for someone to get up here and say, that's not a big deal. That's our children. That is the educational environment we are providing. And for them to say it is not a big deal is not okay. So what we need is we need to create communities where residents want to build in and buy in and be here for the long haul. We don't need these stop-in shops where they go live there for a little while and then transient move somewhere else. We need to build communities where we are building strong ties, where we are building places where we want our kids to go to school, where we want to go to the parks, and we're not being overburdened, and we're not telling us that it doesn't matter. It's only 9 acres. It does matter. Thank you for your
Thank you, Ms.
consideration.
Purcell. Any questions from council? Natalie, oh, good, Councilman Schrader, if you have a question. Natalie, I want to make sure I heard tonight, your testimony tonight was that your son has one of 37 kids in his
He had
class.
37 kids in his 5th grade class at Chaparral last year. They lost their computer lab. I could go on for hours about this, but they currently don't have an OT room. They do occupational therapy for students that need help in the hallways. And I would like to point out, they have to pay 0 impact fees to our schools. So it does matter because I get to pay for this development. It's my property taxes that go up to pay for new schools, not them. They don't have to pay anything in Idaho. 0. I have to pay for this development.
Thank you, Natalie. Council, any additional questions?
Council President,
Councilmember Schrader.
I appreciate your passion And I share that passion for my children, and I know all of us do. I am curious, so your number one concern is students, education, overbuilding of apartments. If this application did not include any residential component, would you still be opposed to it?
Until traffic was looked at, yes. I think that we could easily wait until Highway 16 was in place and then do a traffic study. And if it's no longer an F, I would probably support something that did not include residential. But if they cannot prove to me that my commute times wouldn't get longer, no, I wouldn't then.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. And Natalie, just for, I think, your own benefit, and again, I've been guilty on more than one time of, carrying maybe too much up here. And so I appreciate your enthusiasm around this work. I do think it's important to know you've got council members with kids in West Ada. We are all neighbors. We are all part of this community. And I hope you've seen, at least in some of your conversations with council in here tonight, we take applications large and small seriously, and we do look at the impacts in our classrooms, on our streets and roads, on our parks, on our police, on our fire. And so I know that sometimes we get to look at just one application before us, but just if anything, want you to know that this is a council of people who, it's different than maybe the councils of the past, where we've got kids in our schools and we are driving on these streets and roads. I'm a contributor, right? I live in South Meridian and my son goes to school in North Meridian. And so I'm on 10 Mile every day, which in one sense I contribute, but in the other sense, I see the challenges that you see in your neck of the woods as well. So I appreciate you being here and sharing your feedback with us this evening.
No, I appreciate that. And I just would like you guys to consider that it's going to be the citizens, your constituent needs, not Tommy Allquest. And I hope you take that into consideration, that it's your constituents and it's the citizens of Meridian that need to be answered to. And it's not Tommy's project. If it's not going to contribute to our community, if it's going to be worse for your constituents, it's going to be worse for our community, for our roads, for our schools, for our parks. Is it better for Meridian? It's not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, anyone else on our list?
Mr. President, you have Ryan Manwaring online. Ryan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Ryan, good evening. If you can hear us, please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to provide public testimony to the council.
Thank you. Ryan Manwaring, registered agent, address of 784 South Clearwater Loop, Suite D, 83854. Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great, Ryan. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I thank you. I appreciate what Ms. Wixom Purcell and Ms. Christensen said. I agree with them. I'm a healthcare provider in Meridian. And I also see some other concerns about the infrastructure here. Do you guys know what the per capita income of Meridian is?
So, Mr. Manwaring?
Yeah.
Typically in a public testimony, we don't necessarily we want you to be able to use your full 3 minutes to your full capacity. And so if that is a question that you would like us to maybe answer and address at the end of your testimony, I think probably we'd be able to provide that. But I would just hate that you would give up your 3 minutes to ask some of these questions. If maybe you want to speak what's a little more germane to your testimony this evening.
All right. Well, I hope that statistics like that have gone into this decision. But this number, looking off census records, if you Google it, you're going to get the median income, and that's not an accurate representation because a median is it becomes very swayed when we have a lot of affluent people moving in here from out of state, which has been happening. And so when the median income moves farther and farther from that per capita income, we see this rift, and it's concerning that we're seeing that in Meridian. So per capita, we're looking at around 54,000 per year of income. And so it's hard to imagine how if that's the per capita income, how this meets the needs of existing residents, which is the wording in the comprehensive plan that all the development needs to keep that in mind, meeting the needs of existing residents. How existing residents are going to be able to, afford, I just don't see affordable housing in this mix here. I guess it depends on what your definition of that, but I'm saying what all the stuff that's going in is not affordable for a lot of the situations that I'm working with. I'm concerned about the development really outpacing infrastructure. And I know when you look at infrastructure, there's a lot of talk about traffic. But we don't talk enough about schools when they're calculating that, like actually planning and putting numbers into schools, like Ms. Purcell was stating. There's also some other indicators we can look at that says like we're setting Meridian up for failure. So if you've ever been to a food bank in Meridian, I would encourage you to get out, maybe try and learn or show up to one of these, kind of get an idea of see how long this line is wrapping around a building. Because when this group of when a per capita income of 54 grand a year, residents are really already stressed out. And when we get an influx of even more people coming in from out of state to live in these residences, they're also taking up resources like healthcare providers, some of them food banks. We have to, and a lot of these people kind of get pushed out of their other areas of service. So we got to look at food banks, which are already really strained. Another thing that's strained is domestic violence resource centers in this area, under a lot of pressure. Like we don't have the resources to support development. We have to make sure that the infrastructure is is accelerating.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Manwaring. Council, any questions? Mr. Manwaring, I do have one for you because you provided I guess a unique perspective. Is it your testimony that you feel the council should be opposed to this change because the economics of our region couldn't support a development of this kind?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. And just for your own well-being, you've got a couple council members that are up here that are former Meridian Food Bank board members and active Meridian Food Bank volunteers. So I think we bring a good perspective as to what's occurring in our community, and just want to share that with you for your own well-being.
Thank you. Thank you for serving there.
Thank you for your testimony this evening. Mr. Johnson, is there anyone else that is signed to testify?
President Kavner, that's everyone.
All right. Is there anybody in the room that has not had an opportunity to provide public testimony that would like to do so at this time? Okay. Council, here's what I would like to do. We had a full workshop and a full executive and a couple hours of very spirited testimony and conversations. I'd like to take a 10-minute recess, give people an opportunity to get a drink of water, and check in with your families, and then we will reconvene. How about at 8:25 to give the applicant an opportunity to respond? We're at recess. Back from recess. Mr. Wardle, you want to come back up? Got an opportunity to provide a response to some of the feedback and questions you've heard this evening. You've got 10 minutes and the time is yours, sir.
Thanks, Mr. President, members of council. I want to start by clarifying something that's really important. You know, my dad attended West Ada schools back in Meridian School District back in the day. 2/3 of my children graduated from Rocky Mountain High School in those classes with 40 kids before Oahe got built, taking that pressure off. 100% of Tommy Alquist's children were educated in the West Ada School District. 100% of the management team at Alquist's children are educated in the West Ada School District. Now, I no longer live in this fine city, did for 10 years. But when my children graduated, you know, it was time to make some lifestyle decisions. And I don't know what our ultimate decision is, but I rented an apartment and my wife and I are happily living in 1,400 square feet that is close to my office. I can bike to work. It takes me 10 minutes to drive. And my house is now ready for another family with 3 or 4 or 5 kids to live in it. Now, Meridian is a community of families. And I think we've lost sight on this application that this is really about what does this commercial setting get developed like? And I disagree with some of the comments that were posed because you know why commercial is so important? Because commercial provides the jobs that our kids can work, the jobs that we can work, the jobs that our aunts and uncles and nieces and nephews and cousins can work. Jobs are important. And with the 10-mile specific plan, a decision was made at this location at 10 miles south of Franklin that this is going to be a jobs center. 10 Mile Center on the other side of the road that we were involved with the 10 Mile Crossing office and medical office is a job center. That's what we do. And that's what we contemplate for this site. But what we have to think about is what is a complete community? A complete community is one where everybody who wants to live there can find housing that meets their needs. That can find employment there that meets their needs if they choose to. That can shop and recreate and do those other things in that community. Now, the original 10-mile master plan, what was this designated as? Across the street was designated as lifestyle center. And when the decision was made to approve the village, there was the acknowledgement that that is your lifestyle center. I mean, we certainly are not trying to replicate the village, but there are lessons that have been learned from the retail team that have done the village and from the office team that has done Eagle View Landing and 10 Mile Crossing, and from our multifamily partners that have advised us on things. So let's take a step back and again, start with where we were with this application. You have in front of you a comp plan amendment. Now, if you remember reading at the beginning of my analysis and the lengthy document we put together, I've taken the position that a comp plan amendment is absolutely unnecessary because your comp plan contemplates a variety of uses within the underlying. And that we did that at the request of your staff. Your staff said it would be easier if you came in and asked to modify the comprehensive plan as we go through these development agreements. We acquiesced. Again, I don't think it's necessary because the underlying zoning and the zoning we request can be consistent with that. We don't have to change the boundaries in the 10-mile plan of the land use areas because it's flexible. We can work through it. We can do it, but we've agreed to do that. We have made a couple requests as to changes in zoning. Is there anything nefarious about that? No. It's really driven by 3 factors. 1, the current zoning boundaries do not conform to where the infrastructure is. You know, a zoning boundary ideally is not going to cut through the middle of a parcel. It's going to follow the road or it's going to follow a property line. So part of the reason that we requested a change in the zoning was to take that CC, that general commercial, and bring it down to where Navigator connects over, because that makes sense. Then we reconfigure the HE because we know that office is important, and that's why we're interested in this site. That's why we're involved with this site. So we reconfigure that. On the west side, we take the ME, which is mixed employment. We're not touching the 10 acres to the west where Adler's moving forward with their warehousing element that's come through. But again, we took that ME and we go, okay, that was just a line on a map. Let's conform it to where the Williams pipeline is and where the connective roadways are. And then as we talked with our retail team, the suggestion was made that rather than have Umbria be a hard defining boundary between what's already zoned residential and the existing commercial, that let's go ahead and put residential on both sides of that so that Umbria functions and looks like a residential collector for the benefit of those property owners to the north. So that's what we've done at the end of the day. And then, yes, there is a change. We did ask for some CG because there are some CG uses that have been brought to us that it's kind of that ME-HE use, but it just doesn't quite fit. So that's why we said, okay, let's reconfigure this just for there. But at the end of the day, the property is already zoned CC, TNC, HE, and ME. So that's what we're asking. That's where we're talking. Now, I disagree that this is high density residential because your comp plan and the zoning designations that we're talking about here are less than 12 units to the acre. That is not high density residential. That's a medium density residential. Now, we know, and from the hearings, we've heard people are really uptight and upset about the prospect of more multifamily residential. But the thing I would point out is who lives in multifamily residential? My Air Force pilot's son lives in multifamily residential in Spokane, Washington. My registered nurse daughter, who works at the University of Utah Behavioral Health Hospital, lives in multifamily residential. My college son lives in a townhouse that's a condominium that we purchased so that our children could have a place to stay and we didn't have to deal with the college things. So every single member of my family are residents of multifamily zoned properties. Now, multifamily is important because it provides a degree of flexibility. It provides the opportunity for the family or the young professional that moves here to come, start the job, figure out where you're going to do. I don't know what my wife and I are going to do, but we'll figure that out at some point in the future. But that's why we have multifamily. And what's proposed here is for a density that provides for townhouses. It's something else. It's not high rises. It's not projects. It's not those things. Now, I want to circle back to schools, because I apologize if people think that I minimized the issues and concerns of the Meridian School District, because I didn't. The West Ada School District, we know the struggle. You're here regularly. I'm here regularly. My firm has been heavily involved in helping the Meridian School District, and you all get to this point. That's why we have it. And when we look at this site, at full maximum build out, we could theoretically add 50 kids. And if all 50 kids were age 7 and in one class together, that would be problematic. But that's not what happens. There's a variety of those ages. And I agree. I was the author of the 2002 amendments to the impact fee statute. And people have come back to me and go, shouldn't we add schools? And I go, I don't have any qualms if you add schools. Add schools. If you do a capital improvement plan and you're a high growth district and you want to charge impact fees, great. But I want to point out that no one pays impact fees for schools. How do we fund schools in Idaho? We fund schools through property tax levies. And who pays property tax? Every single property owner, residential or commercial. The difference is on the commercial side, there is no homeowner's exemption. So we will be contributing to schools. We've educated our children here. We value this community. Before you, you have a series of what are unnecessarily complicated applications, because at the end of the day, we're talking about how do we take a zoning decision that was made years ago and make it better. We are amenable to all the conditions that staff has recommended, and we're amenable to the revised solution that staff has identified of changing the zoning and changing the land use plan to match theirs. We get to the same place. We ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wardle. Council, questions for the applicant? Seeing none, Mr. Wardle, but I would not move too far. I'm sure something may pop up. You're welcome to sit down, but council, I may at least suggest perhaps some questions for staff, maybe some deliberation before we close the public hearing in case we need to invite the applicant or anyone else up for some subject matter expertise.
Mr. President.
Councilmember Taylor.
It's probably a staff question for Bill. A comment was made during some of the testimony about 4,000 units having been approved within the immediate area. And I was looking at the staff report and all these wonderful colors and graphs that I'd been asking for. And if to understand it correctly, this within the 1 mile radius on the existing condition metrics, I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding the correct area where I would like to look at the units that we have approved within a mile that are not existing but have been approved. Would that be the conditional use permit graph where it says we're about 800 single family and then, about 2,900 multifamily? Is that the right graph, or can you just kind of point me in the right direction?
Yeah, Mr. President, members of the council, Councilman Taylor, that is correct. That's the graph. And keep in mind that that measurement goes from the center line of that section. So it may not capture quite all of what's already been approved out there, but I can tell you there's been several thousands approved out there.
And then as a follow-up, Bill, and I wish maybe, I was looking through some of the comments in the letter. I was looking to see to understand the impacts on the schools with respect to these proposed conditional use permits for the multifamily and single family, those impacts on the school. Because I agree with the argument, if we're looking at the metrics of maybe 53 for this, that doesn't seem to be largely concerning. However, what I'm not sure I'm seeing in terms of the data in front of me right now is with those other already approved housing types and the impact on the school. I haven't gone back and looked at all the different letters that West State has provided. So is there any way that we could understand the impacts of all of these units that have yet to be built, that have been approved, what that would do to the schools? Because I think that's probably the bigger question I have on this application with respect to schools. This particular application doesn't seem to be a dramatic impact, but when you're looking at the cumulative effect within a close proximity, I just can't find that. So I don't know if you can, I'm not sure the best way to go about finding that, or if that's something that's just going to hang out there as a kind of a best guess without actually knowing. I don't know if you can answer that question, Bill. Sorry.
Council, you're correct. The staff report that we do is not a cumulative effect. It's basically, we work with the school district. They give us comments on each project. So for example, if this was an all commercial project, the school district would be like, no comment. We don't have any residential. And in this particular case, and then as you are aware, when the school district gives us a letter, they base it on the residential units, whether it's multifamily or single family, and then they use a different factor for the number of children they anticipate based on that land use or that type of dwelling unit. So historically or typically, a multifamily will have less children to impact to the school district, is what I've experienced, than a typical single family. So that's the best way to answer your question. But yes, and without going to every one of those projects and looking those up, and looking at adding those cumulative impacts to you, it would take some time to do that for this evening, but certainly happy to maybe address that with the larger group and see if there's ways that we could incorporate some of that data into, especially if we know that is a topic that the council wants us to bring forward and discuss more.
Yeah, Council President, just as to follow up on that, probably a good metric because looking at it in a silo is one thing, but looking at it from the big picture is really important when we're talking about that. So thank you.
Bill, just real quick, Councilmember Sherry, if I may. Bill, to that end, I know I had asked, and I know Heather's not here. You're our planning representative tonight, so apologies for putting you on the spot. Heather was working to get kind of an enrollment total from each school for West Ada with new students. Circumstantially, I've been told that West Ada is trending down, particularly when you look at, kindergarten, first grade classes, they're much smaller than what we've seen 5 or 6 years ago. Do we know, has West Ada been able to provide that to us yet? Have they completed that and provided anything? I know it's not necessarily germane to this application, something separate, so I just don't know if we've received anything that's final yet from the district.
Yeah, Mr. President, council members, I don't have an answer for you. I'm not aware of it at this time, but certainly happy to get an update on that and share that with all of you.
Thank you, Bill. Council, what's your purview then?
Mr. President,
Councilmember Taylor.
unless any other council members would disagree, maybe I think it would be appropriate to close public hearing and begin to deliberate unless you want to leave it open and have some other questions answered. We've already continued at one meeting. I'm not sure that's what we want to do, but I'm open to that, making a motion to close the public hearing unless there's some open-ended questions that need to be answered.
Is that a motion?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Second the motion.
Motion and seconded. Any discussion from council? Seeing none, all in favor and say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? All right, the chair is an aye as well, and the motion passes.
Mr. President,
Councilmember Taylor.
since I can see there's a lot, they're very eager to get started, I will jump in. Very interesting testimony. I appreciate all the applicants that have come. I watched the planning and zoning hearing. I watched last week's hearing because I missed it. So I do appreciate it. I read all the letters. Probably spent more time for sure on this application than I have any other. Really grappled with this. I have a sister and her 3 kids that live very, very close. So, I have 4 kids in West Ada. My kids would be impacted by this at Meridian Middle School and Meridian High School. So certainly feels really personal in many ways. What I see here is this is the center of the valley in my mind. I think when we see the way we're growing, clearly this 10-mile area with Highway 16, just seems like it's going to be kind of the center of the Treasure Valley in a lot of respects. So when I consider that, I ask myself the question, how do we want to go about developing this? Certainly, I've had a lot of people close to me talk to me, all the emails we've received. I'm just going to kind of go through and address some of the issues that we've all talked about and just share my thoughts. Let me start with the traffic. I actually agree that I think 10 Mile is a funnel for all the other developments in Star, Middleton, even Emmett, where we're seeing a lot of growth. If you've been out to Star lately, you've seen just a lot of growth. So I do agree. I think once Highway 16 is done, you're going to see a lot of that pressure coming off. Certainly, without a real analysis and study, we won't really know what the impact will be when 16 is done. You should certainly share your frustrations with ITD. It's sometimes a very challenging agency to work with or get answers from, but I actually do agree that Highway 16 and Linder Overpass is going to alleviate a lot of the pass-through traffic that we see north to south to the freeway. I'm still unsettled about whether or not I think that we need a traffic study, kind of a leap of faith to move ahead without one, but it's probably the one issue that I'm not most settled on is whether I think we need to have that first. I want to talk about schools. Again, really appreciate those of you who've come. It's almost 9 o'clock. I know it's a lot of time. You have kids at home and certainly appreciate that. I think that if we look at just this application only, I don't think it's going to be drastically negatively impacting the schools because the amount of housing there is not significant. However, the one unanswered question I have is, I would really like to look at all the approved projects and understand what the impact is. Now, I have been looking at enrollment patterns, and the truth is with first graders, we were down significantly from where we've been. So now that's going to take several years for those impacts to kind of make their way through, but the trend in West Ada is flat to decreasing. That doesn't mean that in the next little bit, it's not going to be painful, right? My kids are in the schools right now, so I live this every day and I understand it. I was really captivated by some of the design standard discussion, particularly because several months ago, we had an application where I made the argument that I thought that the 10-mile plan was outdated. I thought that rejecting the application because of the design standards and not conforming with that didn't make a lot of sense. Now, I also think by approving this application, we're kind of handing the keys of the design elements over to the applicant. Now, if we didn't do that and we did just move ahead with the piecemeal, I think what you would find is I would actually make the argument we should then go back in as a city and update the plan, get it aligned with what we want. So I'm not opposed to the design standards kind of laid out. I think what we see currently there would certainly inform what we have, but I think having good partners in the development community, and we've seen the good work that's been done, I think there's a high level of confidence that we have an idea what we would be seeing there. With the housing density, I actually agree with what's being proposed. I think we do need a variety of housing in the valley. We're not all single family homeowners. I actually like the transition that you've proposed. I think that actually makes some sense with moving from a heavy commercial and employment center to having that transition. I actually like that proposal in this application. I think when you look at, Councilwoman Strader's made this comment a few times about property rights. This properties are going to be developed. If you own the property, if you're following what's been laid out by the city, you're going to develop it. It's going to be developed. So the question isn't if we're going to allow it to develop, it's how and when. So with this application, I see more of a holistic approach that we're incorporating here. I typically a little bit concerned about large applications because there's just so much to consider, and certainly there's things that we could overlook accidentally just because of the size of it. But I think what we're going to find is that we're going to get a better development by having this more of a holistic approach here instead of sort of piecemeal. Again, unless we went back in and updated the 10-mile plan, which would take quite a significant investment of time and resources. So the compelling question for me is, this seems a bit more of a coordinated approach to developing what I consider a very unique opportunity in the center of the valley. And it's either a coordinated approach or a bit more going back to a piecemeal approach, which I don't really like. And I agree with the comment. I would not approve this project for any one particular person, especially Tommy Alquist, but I think tonight I would support this proposal as it's written. I think it makes some sense. I do have a couple of open-ended questions, but I do have a measure of confidence that we'll work through some of these challenges, given the time frame it's going to take to actually move ahead with all the intricacies of this development. So again, I'm just kind of starting my comments. I may have some more later.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mr. President, members of the council, I did find that letter. So Heather did prepare that document, the cumulative impacts for schools here. So it's on your screen if you want to take a look at that. So you can see she's predicting some increases in the area for sure.
Bill, is that in the staff report or is this a separate? Oh, you know,
Yeah, it's under the agency comments. Yeah, so I wanted to at least get that in front of you and have you digest that. So appreciate you bringing that to my attention.
Mr. President,
Councilmember Overton.
I'll go second here. You know, I can't help but be struck by if this was the first application in that 10-mile area, we'd have been done last week. But the fact is you're like one of the final big pieces coming in. And everywhere I've seen development happen, it's the guy stuck with the last piece that seems to have to try to make that puzzle piece fit and has to deal with all the issues and all the complaints that have arisen over time because of everything else. My main concern at the very beginning was traffic. I stress a lot every day over all the traffic on Eagle Road and what we can do, try to reduce it and make it better than it is today. The 33-page ACHD report, I went through that whole thing, and I probably spent more time on it than I needed to now that I understand that you're in compliance and agreement with everything listed in that report. That report was very, very descriptive on everything that needed to be done to try to alleviate as much traffic. The main reason I like this project as a big puzzle piece fitting into this end has the most to do with the fact that you're going to be able to go in and complete all of the Collector Street connections, both to the west, to the east, Navigator underneath 10 Mile, the ones to 10 Mile, and the ones that are going to go north to Franklin Road. If we were in that piecemeal approach, that wouldn't be happening. We'd be fighting for every piece of that to try to make those connections happen. And we've dealt with another application here, I don't know, 6 months ago, had the same issue when we brought a small piece, they brought them all together, and that's the only way we got those collector roads brought together that gave us that connectivity that gives people different ways to get in and out of a project. It's been mentioned that Highway 16 is going to give relief. I think we're underestimating the amount of relief Highway 16 is going to give to 10 Mile. And the reason why I say that is because we can take other roads and say we're going to put an overpass at Linder, which is an existing road, and that's going to get some traffic. But Highway 16 is going to be a brand new, never used before, limited access highway that anybody and everybody that's on the other side of the river would not want to be on 10 Mile with all those traffic signals. They're absolutely going to want to be on a limited access highway that's going to take anybody from Star, Middleton, Emmett, everywhere. If you build it, they will find the quickest way to get through the valley. And that's one of the reasons. I mean, it was almost 19 years ago when that was first proposed. And it has taken this long for us to see the Highway 16 coming to fruition. The Linder overpass will help. I don't think it'll be as big of relief as some think it will. I think it'll help. I think it'll help 10 Mile a little bit. I think it'll help Meridian Road a little bit. But I think Highway 16 is going to be the big relief valve that's going to take a lot of pressure off of 10 Mile. You know, we talk about partners all the time that we have as we sit up here on council. And everybody has to understand West 8 is one of our partners. We've done joint meetings with them. We talk to them about how best we come up with solutions for them. We ask them, should we stop? And the last time I asked that question, the answer was no, we'll figure it out. So I have a hard time sometimes when I have people in the community wanting us to stop projects because of the school district, when the school district themselves doesn't say that. And we communicate directly with them. We get the reports back. They have one person who her sole job is to look at this and send us these letters. And I know she's good because she used to work for us. And she works for them now. And that's her job. And she specifies what they can do. You know, they don't know exactly what their needs are going to be, and neither do we. But we have to base a lot of our decisions on exactly what West Data tells us and where they see it. And they know they have rezoning issues they have to do with their schools. It's unpleasant and nobody likes it, but they realize as they've got schools that are underpopulated, they need to do rezoning within their district. We set those partners up so that we can look like we're a team. We sit down with ACHD. We don't sit down with ITD too much. I mean, I think that's been the theme of the whole room tonight, but we do with ACHD. And I consider them a very good partner when we talk about road projects and how we set up the 5-year work plan for what's important for Meridian and what's important for everybody else. And I've been happy with how I've seen a lot of those projects. You know, we're always fighting for Meridian. That's our job. We want to see those projects happen. 10 Mile got built out all the way. Franklin Road's now built out all the way back into Meridian. There are so many projects underway. Eagle Road's getting built between Lake Hazel and Amity right now. There are so many projects going on in this city that are all going to help alleviate some of our traffic concerns right now. I think with the amount of connectivity that you've promised in this project to help alleviate traffic through this, I think we are going to see a viable project at 10 Mile. Remembering that a lot of people that may be coming to this as a destination, I think are coming straight off the interstate. And we may be having people coming from places that aren't here in Meridian, coming here just like they do to the village, that are going to come off the interstate. They're going to enjoy the amenities in the stores and the retail, and they're going to get back on that interstate, and they're not going to be jamming up 10 Mile to the north. That's my thoughts. I started looking at this, I was not that favorable. But as more and more I'm digesting everything that's happening and the way that this project looks to be going, the way that you're taking the whole project and breaking it up into its major parts and components, I truly believe that's the smartest way to build this. I think it's probably the best way to have all the pieces fit where they are instead of being a complete area of mixed uses throughout that 200 acres. We get tired sometimes. I'll be the first one to admit when I see a lot of medium density and mixed use. I live for the days that I can see low density again. But there was never a point in time that this area of Meridian was meant to be built for low density. That was not ever a topic. If we don't do a project like this today, I think we're all going to be back here with a project that we like even less in the future. And that's what worries me about a lot of projects, is the idea is we don't accept it, we don't accept it. Well, wait till you see what comes next. So with that, I'm at a point now that I'm in favor of this project moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Overton.
Mr. President.
Councilmember Little Roberts.
Mr. President, wow, this one's got a lot of moving parts. I think for me, it's made it maybe a little harder to wrap my head around with starting out with so many and then trying, but I think as we go through last week and this week that I think Councilman Taylor had a great word with holistic. And I think that being able to look at it in a complete 200 acres instead of piecemealing it, the more that we talk about it, the more that I am liking that we've got that impact. And I think that 16 is going to take significant pressure off of 10 Mile. We've counted on that all along. So I think that it's going to come to fruition. One of the things that I'm kind of really focused on, because we started really working on 10 Mile when I was running the chamber, is the business aspect that this is going to bring to that area. That is one thing economically we've counted on. It raised I was kind of trying to run some numbers here. Having the 10 Mile area, from what the numbers that I've had, I mean, it has raised our median income over the years. The businesses that have been selected that area. Good heavens, we got Paylocity that moved to Boise, then to move to 10 Mile, with a significant increase for our millennials that we were looking at being able to keep. So I'm in support of this project. I think it's going to take time. We're going to get to watch it evolve as it comes to fruition. It's not going to be built in a day. And so I think that it's going to fit in as it is completed over the years. But I think that it's a good project for that area.
Thank you, Councilmember Little Roberts.
Council President,
Councilmember Whitlock.
Council President, and members of the council, I live this every day. I think virtually everybody that's testified, if I think on their addresses that they stated, they're within a stone's throw of where I live. So this is my neighborhood. This is my life. This is what I live every day. So I share some of the concerns that have been expressed. I think the applicant has done a good job tonight addressing some of those concerns that I had. I think last week we talked about concerns over phasing on this and not offering up how this would be phased, but I think Mr. Wardle has addressed some of that and given us the opportunity to contemplate that, as Councilwoman Little Roberts said, this doesn't happen overnight. This is a phased approach. But I think staff probably asked the $64,000 question right off the bat here. And Bill, you asked, does this all work? And that's the question that I had when I first read the application. It was the question I had as I read the public comment. It was the question I had as you presented your materials tonight and as the applicant and those who came to testify shared their thoughts and feelings with us tonight. Does this all work? And candidly, as somebody who lives in this area and will have to live with whatever happens there, I'm coming down on the side of I believe that this can work. I think that the work so far to build the connector and provide some of that critical infrastructure will help alleviate some of the concerns that I had as I listened to what's planned, and light industrial and flex and warehouse and even a daycare, a hotel, recreation user. I'm thinking more and more that this could be a place that does work. This could be a part of our community that we can be proud of if it's done right. And we'll have more bites at the apple. We'll have opportunities to review those applications as they come to us. But I do like the idea of combining those 5 development agreements into a single one. I like the idea of a larger view and a bigger approach to something that really can be a center point for our community moving forward. So again, I appreciate the concerns that have been shared by all who have testified. I appreciate that the applicant has worked hard to address the questions that we had and also the concerns that have been raised. And Bill, thank you for putting a finer point on all of this of does this all work? And I think at the end of the day, I think we probably have an application that can work and something that we ultimately can be proud of.
Thank you, Councilmember Whitlock.
Council President.
Councilmember Strader.
I've been kind of quiet, and part of the reason is I've been trying to decide how to sort of handle something because I think we did ourselves a disservice by not updating the 10 Mile specific area plan, and maybe taking an opportunity to refresh that. So I'm kind of trying, what I've been wrestling with is do I sort of oppose this on principle because I believe that is the decision we should have made, or do I kind of just acknowledge where we are today, which is I think where I'm going to go. The council has already, I think, set the precedent of, I will say a more lenient interpretation of the 10 Mile specific area plan. So that's something that I'm kind of struggling with. I think it would have been better to continue to update that plan, but I will kind of put that concern aside. Some of the things that have been a concern for me, traffic has been a concern. I do agree that the Linda Road overpass and Highway 16 will help significantly with some of those concerns. On the schools front, I share a lot of Councilman Overton's comments. At one point, we paused, not formally, but paused many of our residential developments for over 6 months to work with the West Ada School District to help receive updated projections from them and to understand. And I was one of the people that did a deep dive on their projection model and trying to understand the methodology that went into that. And one thing that was clear from that exercise was that in a big picture, in the very long term, they did not expect enrollment to exceed their ability to serve the students. Certainly at times, we have very acute situations throughout the city, but they have continuously told us over and over that they're prepared to address those challenges through changes in boundaries, through portables, and people don't love those approaches, but again, it's like another agency is providing us with that feedback. And I have asked them the question directly, should we hold off? Should we do a moratorium on residential development so that you can get your arms around this? And the answer that's come back very clearly is no, we don't want you to do that, that they've got that. So I share that concern, but at the same time, I have an agency that's providing that feedback. The design standards, again, I think if we were sticking closer to our 10-mile specific plan, that would make more sense. But in light of the fact that we've provided exceptions to that, I think an exception here would make sense. And the design standards that they're following are very similar to the development across the street, so I don't have as many concerns there. It's for me, it's just what it comes down to, I think, is that I believe that the commercial and employment generation coming from this project and the benefits of that far outweigh the risks that come from traffic. I think that this is going to be a driver of economic opportunity for the city in a very significant way. And I think that is the most important aspect. When it comes to multifamily development and, the question of overbuilding versus underbuilding, I think the market is going to resolve that question. If I was a multifamily developer in this interest rate environment coming into this situation, I think I'd have to take a hard look at all of the multifamily developments that have been approved and really consider that strongly, whether it makes sense to develop this or not. But again, that's not the city council's role to determine that. That's really a change in the market and for that developer that ends up bringing that forward. I also think we will get a bite at the apple on the multifamily piece. And that for me is kind of what I'm hanging my hat on. So ultimately I am in support tonight, but with the reservations that I articulated.
Thank you, Councilmember Strader.
Mr. President.
Councilmember.
Thanks to Bill pointing it out. I've answered my own question on the schools, but I think it's worth noting on the record some data points. Specifically with the schools being impacted here, Chaparral a few years ago was at 557. Last year, 546, or actually the year before. So 557, 546, 534. The architectural capacity of 700. And then when I went to the schools just to look at the enrollment by grade, district-wide, first grade enrollment is down by almost 500 students from 5th grade. So the trend isn't larger class sizes in first grade. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to any of the concerns raised tonight. I'm just citing the data from West Ada. And then when you look at overall school district enrollment, the trend is down by about 700 students overall in the last few years. So again, I think just kind of reiterating to me, even considering all the conditional use permits that have been permitted here, I have a pretty high level of confidence that we're going to accommodate. Now, the question of education holistically and overall, that's another bigger debate and question that we can have. But I think in terms of, I just thought it was important to quote those data points as we're thinking through that, because that's a question that I raised. So, and I actually really agree with Councilmember Strader's opinion on the 10-mile plan. If probably would have been a worthwhile exercise to have gone through, but we are where we are. And I think the point was, if we denied this application, we probably really ought to take a hard look at that, but I don't think that that's where we are.
Thank you. Council, I've been very uncharacteristically quiet tonight. It's probably why we're further ahead of schedule than typically. And after trying to keep the meeting moving, I've kind of kept my comments to myself. A couple of things I think, just a point of clarification I think is really, really important with West Ada that we're learning, particularly in our elementaries. There is architectural capacity and program capacity. Architecture is how many students that building can hold versus how many they can accurately teach. And I think that shift in those letters, being able to see that helps me understand things a lot because they aren't always the same. A couple comments and then maybe some ideas to throw out there. One of the hardest parts I think about our job is relying on other agencies to help us make a decision, right? We never get people who come here and complain about fire response times. We don't get people who come here and complain about police response times. I don't think we've ever had somebody come here and say, man, we don't like your parks, right? People know when they flush the toilet, the water they don't want there goes away. When they turn on the sink, the water they want is there. The infrastructure that we're in charge of, we do really, really well. But there is other infrastructure that is a result of decisions we make and people wanting to come here. Again, we looked at the citizen survey tonight. Number one thing that our citizens are concerned about is traffic, something that we don't have a lot of control over. And it gets exacerbated when an applicant gets a letter 24 hours to say, you've got to do blank, something they should have done 16 months ago. It's also equally frustrating when we go through an exercise of ranking our priority projects, only to see the highway district change our priorities and what is and isn't in the integrated 5-year work plan. That's frustrating because we make decisions with consistency and then suddenly when we get the answers, they go and change the questions, which is why I have pause about this. You look at Eagle Landing works. The Village works. For years, Eagle Road in Fairview, busiest intersection in the state. It's not that way anymore, right? In part because of the STARS agreement, we've expanded the roadway there. Traffic has moved in other places. So I don't have a lot of concern about the applicant's ability to try and mitigate what they can. The conversation about design standards for me is the least of, I think, of my concerns about this project. And I went back to, for a very brief moment in my life, I was a newspaper reporter. And we had this phrase in our office that says, if your mother tells you she loves you, check your sources. And really what that means is, I believe that Highway 16 is going to reduce traffic on 10 Mile. I believe that. I actually think the Linda Road overpass will do that as well. But I can't say how much. And I can't say if it's enough to move it away from F. And I don't think that if this was an annexation project and 10 Miles listed at F, that I would support it. I don't know if I could support it at D. So that's hard for me to say, yeah, I'm going to be okay with this when what I believe to be true, I need some proof on that. I love that the school district has started to update some of their numbers. I would like to see a trend analysis report that Heather has a chance to provide for us so that we can look to our constituents and say, we made this decision because we've seen data from the district that enrollment is down. Enrollment is down not just in this school or that school, but across the board. And then something that we haven't talked about that I do think is important. When we started talking about the 10 Mile project, particularly with the URD side, there was a lot of conversation about how this part of Meridian is special. And I really believe that it is. It's a part of the area where I grew up as a kid. And I think that if a project of this magnitude is going to go in, we need to be able to demonstrate some public amenity that is meaningful, that our citizens can rally behind. It's not just the shopping and the great restaurants and the pathway and the walkability. I think it is a greater emphasis, not on the amount of open space, but how that space is to be used. And so something else I guess I would encourage is that maybe we don't make a decision on this tonight, but I support the body. But to give the applicant an opportunity to look at a regional traffic plan, how this project impacts not just the surrounding roads, but the region, an enrollment report from West Ada, and a recreation plan that we can memorialize within a DA. Those are the things that I would want to see to be able to feel confident and that supporting this project is a win for our community and is not going to exacerbate what I believe is accurate is a really, really challenging problem right
Mr. President, could you just restate those
Sure.
items again?
now. Councilmember Taylor, happy to give me a chance to take a breath. The three things that I would like to see is a regional TIS. And I think this is important. I wish this would have happened 16 months ago. If I would have known, if I would have been asked, if you needed a budget amendment, man, we would have found the money on this. This is something that I think that it's not just up to the applicant, the last one in to, cover the cost. This could be a combination, I would hope, between state, the highway district, the city, and the applicant, a collaboration. I'd support that. So that's one, a regional TIS. Second, a holistic, to use that term again, enrollment report for West Ada, talking about what trends are in the classroom size and student enrollment. And I'd like that ideally to come, I know our mayor's not here, but that's something that I'd like to maybe be produced in conjunction with West Ada and our staff. I think there's some good partnership there. Then the third is a proposed recreation plan of how recreation or outdoor space would be used if this project were to come online.
Mr. President,
Councilmember Taylor.
curious what the applicant's response to those three requests would be for, the traffic impact study to be done still, a report and kind of a plan. Do you have any comments about?
So, Mr. Taylor, we can absolutely do that. I just would need a motion to reopen the public hearing.
I'm not sure I'm there yet.
Okay.
Council President.
Councilmember Whitlock.
Thank you for putting your thoughts into that and some options to consider. I too read the 30 pages from ACHD, and I do think it answered a lot of the questions. So I'm in agreement with Councilman Overton that we can spend some time and some money and probably come up with some additional ideas, but I think the base and the foundation for how to move forward on traffic is in those 30 plus pages from ACHD is my take on that. I appreciate Bill finding that memo. I had missed that, but I think that does start to show us some of the trends, or at least what we're seeing in terms of enrollment in this area. And the applicant in their testimony talked about what this development would be. And I was the one that raised the question about open space and recreation last week and asked them to address it. And I think with the number of housing units that are there, I think with the walking paths and other things that are incorporated into this, that they've addressed at least my concern that there won't be a push from this particular development into our parks to the north, particularly Fuller Park. I would like to see a greater emphasis on open space and opportunities. I think that's we ask for amenities on lots of our developments. So hopefully when we get that bite of the apple in the residential piece of this, that there will be adequate space for those residents. But as far as a recreational plan for the commercial uses and the warehouses and other elements that are part of this, I don't know that I'm willing to put this on hold to develop a recreation plan for something that probably isn't conducive to what I envision as part of a recreation plan. Then the last comment I would just make is as I drive by this and as I think about Umbria coming out at Franklin, just to the west of that, you already have multifamily units, apartments that are there. And to the west of those apartments, you have single family units there. And so there's a bit of a transition that's already in place in the north central part of this square mile. and so as I'm sitting here thinking, I don't know that the 400 units that ultimately would be proposed would be out of character with what's already there in that particular section of the 10-mile area. So just some additional thoughts. I'm hesitant to put this on hold and wait another 6 months or however long it takes to do the studies. I think we have what we need to go ahead and make a decision, and we have what we have in front of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Councilmember Taylor.
unless any of my colleagues would like to make any other further comments, I'd be prepared to offer a motion at this point.
Is in order.
I do want to make sure I get this right, Bill, and make sure I'm understanding of noting in this dialogue here that if we are to move ahead approving this proposed development plan, we would want to change the future land use map to include what's here, the medium high density residential and R15 zoning in property area 1 and commercial and CG zoning in areas 2 and 3. Is that the only changes that we would need to kind of accommodate your concerns, and that I think, as I understood from the testimony, the applicant was acceptable to those?
Yeah, Mr. President, members of the council, that is correct.
Okay.
And then also, Sonia sent out a revised staff report with some changes. Those have already been included and updated on the website, so there is no additional modifications that you need to add to the staff report. They've already been added. So
Okay.
you should be ready to go.
So, Mr. President, I move that we, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, that we approve file number H-2023-0071 with the modification that we make changes to the future land use map designations to include the following: medium high density residential and R15 zoning for the property in area 1, and commercial and CG zoning in areas 2 and 3.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Johnson, please call roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cavanagh,
No.
Little Roberts,
Aye.
Taylor,
Aye.
Overton,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
Motion passes, 5 in the affirmative, 1 in opposition. Motion passes. Thank you, applicant and public, for joining us. Staff, as always, appreciate your input. Thank you all for sticking with us 2 weeks in a row. Next item on the agenda is future meeting topics. Council, any future meeting topics? Seeing none, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. President, I move we adjourn.
So moved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye.